Come closer now. Let your thoughts settle like soft snow falling on a quiet hill. Let the day slip from your shoulders and drift away into the mist. You are safe here, wrapped in the gentle hush of the evening, where time no longer rushes or demands. There is only stillness now, a slow, tender unfolding of a story that waits for you like an old friend by the fireside. Feel the warmth gathering around you, like a favorite blanket worn soft with memory. Feel the quiet glow that stirs in the heart when all the day's noise has faded away, leaving behind only the soft music of breathing, of being. Here, in this quiet space between waking and dreaming, we can wander together through time, through places long tucked away beneath the folds of history, where ancient stones still remember and old dreams still linger in the evening air. Tonight, if you like, we can journey far across the seas of time to a land of golden domes and marble streets, to a world cradled between empires, between faiths, between the old and the new. We will wander gently into the heart of the Byzantine Empire, where every wall seemed to whisper stories, and every street corner held echoes of centuries passing. But there is no rush to arrive. We can move slowly, like the tide, easing from one thought to another. For now, just let the word Byzantium settle in your mind, like a feather falling onto still water. Imagine a place where the sun spilled across gilded mosaics, where incense curled through the air in great vaulted cathedrals, and where every heartbeat of the city seemed stitched with hope and pride and longing. There, on the shimmering edge of two continents, between the soft lap of the Bosphorus waters, a city rose, Constantinople. They called it the New Rome, the Queen of Cities. It wore its title not with arrogance, but with a kind of solemn, shimmering grace, like a cloak woven with centuries of dreams and fears and triumphs. The people who lived there walked streets lined with marble columns, past markets bursting with silk and spice, past statues of emperors who had long since returned to dust. Children played in the shadow of towering walls. Sailors sang as they unloaded goods from every corner of the known world. Priests in robes heavy with embroidery whispered prayers that curled like smoke toward the heavens, and always above it all, the Hagia Sophia rose like a dream made real, vast, unshakable, its great dome floating like a golden sun above the city. When the light caught it just so, it seemed less a building and more a miracle, something born from longing and devotion more than from stone and mortar. But tonight, we are not here to simply list dates or battles or emperors. Tonight is not about facts. It is about something softer, about the souls who lived and breathed there, who loved and feared and hoped beneath the same stars that watch over you now. It is about the gentle, human thread that winds through history, weaving every life, every moment into a tapestry that still trembles with memory. We will move slowly through their world, through the gleaming streets and candlelit churches, through the silent courtyards where once laughter rang out, through the marketplaces where every face carried a story. We will walk at the pace of memory, at the pace of dreams, and as we do, perhaps you will find pieces of yourself tucked away in those long ago lives, a familiar longing, a shared hope, a quiet moment of courage or peace. Perhaps you will feel the same soft ache that stirred in their hearts, the ache for belonging, for meaning, for love that stretches across every age, every empire, every soul. So now, sink deeper into your rest. Feel the story gathering around you like a tide, gentle and inevitable, drawing you further from the waking world. Let your breathing slow. Let your heart grow quiet. There is nothing you must do, nowhere you must be, except here, drifting softly into the world of Byzantium, where time waits for no one and yet welcomes all who come gently. The city gates stand open for you now, silent beneath the velvet skies. A soft wind stirs the ancient banners, and somewhere in the distance, a bell tolls, low, solemn, welcoming. Come, let us begin. The night air is cool against your skin as you step forward, your feet meeting ancient stones, worn smooth by centuries of travelers, dreamers, soldiers, and saints. The streets of Constantinople stretch ahead of you, lit by the soft, golden flicker of oil lamps hanging from the arches. Each flame dances gently, casting a ripple of light across the cobbled roads, as if the city itself is breathing, alive in its slumber. Somewhere nearby, the faint scent of fresh bread mingles with the salt-heavy air drifting in from the sea. A cat, sleek and silent, slips between the shadows, pausing just long enough to glance your way before vanishing into a narrow alley. You move slowly, your steps almost soundless, as if you might disturb the quiet dreams stitched into the very stones beneath you. Above, the great dome of the Hagia, Sophia glows softly under the stars. From within its vastness, you can almost hear the faint echoes of a choir, voices rising like mist toward the heavens, a hymn older than memory, woven from longing and love. It feels as if the city is holding its breath, as if it too is caught in the fragile wonder of this moment. You pass a marketplace, its stalls abandoned for the night, the silks and spices packed away, the laughter of the day lingering only as a ghost on the breeze. A single lantern still burns beside one cart, forgotten perhaps, or maybe left as a quiet offering to the night. Its light pools onto the stones, painting them gold, and for a moment you imagine the merchants who stood there hours ago, their hands busy, their hearts full of small hopes, hopes for good sales, for safe journeys home, for children's laughter echoing across their doorsteps. There is a warmth here, in this sleeping city, a kind of soft resilience that hums beneath the silence. These walls have seen sieges and coronations, betrayals and triumphs. They have held steady against the battering winds of change. Each crack and scar a testament to survival, to the fierce and tender heart of a people who refused to vanish into dust. A figure stands ahead, cloaked and still, leaning against a worn stone fountain where water trickles softly even in the deepest part of the night. As you approach, the figure turns, an old man, his face lined with the careful strokes of time. His eyes, though, are bright, alive with a light that speaks of endless stories, folded within him like secret treasures. He offers a slow, knowing smile, as if he has been waiting for you. Without a word, he gestures for you to sit beside him at the edge of the fountain. The marble is cool beneath you, and the soft trickling of water becomes a gentle song in the quiet. You have come far, the old man says, his voice a rough whisper like paper worn thin with use. And yet, you are home. There is something about his presence that eases the last tightness from your chest, something that wraps around you like a long-lost lullaby. You nod, not needing words. For a while, you simply sit together, sharing the silence. Above you, the stars seem to sway gently, and the city's heartbeat thrums softly beneath your feet. At last, the old man speaks again, his voice carrying the weight of 1,000 evenings. Let me tell you a story, he says, not of kings or wars, not of conquests or loss. Let me tell you of hearts, of dreams born beneath these very stars, of small kindnesses that lit the darkest nights, of hopes stitched into the very fabric of this city. He leans back, looking up at the endless sky. There was once a boy, he begins, born to a merchant's family not far from here. His name was Andreas, and though his family dreamed he would one day inherit their bustling silk business, Andreas dreamed of something else entirely. He dreamed of color, of light, of painting the great spaces of the Hagia Sophia with images so beautiful they would catch the breath of every soul who gazed upon them. The old man's voice drifts through the night like smoke, soft and sure, pulling you deeper into the story. Andreas would slip away after his chores were done, pockets heavy with chalks stolen from the marketplace. He would find hidden corners of the city, empty walls kissed by the sun, and there he would draw saints with halos of fire, gardens dripping with golden fruit, cities that floated among the stars. The old man chuckles quietly, the sound like the creak of an old door swinging open to memory. At first, no one noticed. The city was busy, bustling, too full of life to see the tiny miracles blooming in the forgotten places. But slowly, whispers began to stir. Merchants paused at strange, beautiful sketches scrawled across alley walls. Children followed trails of color through the streets, laughing and pointing, and even the priests, stern and solemn, found themselves pausing, puzzled and moved before images of angels dancing across crumbling stone. You can almost see it, the boy with dusty fingers and shining eyes crouched low to the ground, weaving wonder into the very bones of the city. The old man leans closer, his voice dropping to a tender murmur. But dreams, you see, dreams are fragile things, and not everyone was pleased by the boy's art. Some said it was foolishness, a waste of time. Some said it was dangerous to dream so openly, to fill the city with visions that could not be bought or sold. And so, one evening, men came and washed the walls clean. They scrubbed away the saints and the gardens, the floating cities and dancing angels. They left only bare stone, cold and silent beneath the moon. The old man sighs, a sound heavy with memory, with old sorrows that still hum in the air. Andreas watched from the shadows, his heart breaking in the quiet. He thought then that he had lost everything, that the city had no place for dreams, stitched in color and light. The trickle of the fountain seems louder now, as if weeping quietly for the boy, for every dream that was ever brushed away too soon. But, the old man says, and a slow smile spreads across his face, the city had seen, the people had seen, and though the walls were bare once more, something had taken root, something that could not be scrubbed away. The old man's voice softens even further, like a lullaby too tender to be sung aloud. They came to him one by one. The baker, whose stall he had drawn crowned with vines heavy with fruit. The sailor whose ship he had etched sailing among stars. The children who had chased angels through winding alleys. They found him where he hid, heart heavy, and they asked him, no, they begged him to draw again. A hush settles over the square, as if even the stones are leaning closer to catch every word. Andreas was afraid. He was just a boy with pockets full of dust and dreams. What could he do against the world's heavy hands? The old man's eyes, gleaming in the low light, fix on yours with a quiet intensity. But the people who had seen beauty, they carried it now. They carried it in their hearts. And so, it was not Andreas alone who drew this time. The baker pressed his hands into flour and ash to paint great moons on the shutters of his shop. The sailor carved tiny stars into the beams of the harbor docks. Children dipped rags into berry juice and splashed color onto the worn courtyard stones. Everywhere, quiet and small and defiant, dreams bloomed anew. You can almost feel it, the quiet rebellion of hope, painting the night in hues no storm could wash away. Andreas, the old man continues, his voice thick with something like pride, became not the only artist, but the first. The city itself became his canvas. It sang with 1,000 hands, 1,000 hearts, lifting color where none had been asked for, weaving beauty where none had been expected. The old man smiles a little sadly, gazing out across the square as though he can still see it. 1,000 tiny acts of creation lighting the city from within. And so Constantinople became not just a place of golden domes and marble columns, not just a queen of trade and empire, but a city of secret miracles, a city that knew deep in its bones that beauty is not something handed down by emperors or carved into law by generals. It is something born in the quiet beating of ordinary hearts, brave enough to dream. You close your eyes for a moment, breathing in the imagined scent of paint and sea salt, the warmth of a place stitched together by countless unseen hopes. And though time passed, the old man whispers, and storms came, and emperors rose and fell, that quiet miracle never truly died. You can still find it, if you know how to look, in the way the light pools across worn stone, in the way the sea hums against the harbor walls, in the way a child's laughter rings down an empty street and makes the stones themselves seem to smile. The stars overhead seem to pulse softly, as if nodding in agreement. The old man falls silent for a while, simply sitting beside you, the two of you cradled in the deep hush of the ancient city. Somewhere in the distance, a door creaks open, spilling a slice of warm, lamplight gold onto the street. You catch the faintest glimpse of someone drawing back inside, a woman humming to herself, a baby wrapped snug against her chest. Life, quiet and stubborn, moves on. After a long moment, the old man speaks again, his voice even softer now, woven with the threads of memory and dreams. There were others, he says, not just Andreas. The heart of this empire was never only emperors in jeweled robes or priests with golden censers. It was the weaver mending torn cloth for a stranger without asking for coin. It was the old woman setting out a cup of water for a thirsty traveler. It was the scribe who wrote love poems into the margins of holy texts, because even in the presence of the divine, the human heart must speak. The old man chuckles again, that dry papery laugh, like a worn page turning. Some would say these are small things, too small to matter, but I have lived long enough to know it is the small things that build empires worth remembering. It is the small things that make a place sacred, not in marble or mosaic, but in the quiet, stubborn kindnesses tucked into the corners of every ordinary day. You let the words settle over you like a soft blanket, like the slow, rhythmic beating of a second heart beside your own. The fountain murmurs on, spilling its gentle song into the night. The old man sits with his hands folded loosely in his lap, the lamplight tracing every crease and line of his face, a map not of sorrow, but of a life fully lived, of countless evenings like this one, spent holding the past tenderly in open palms. Finally, he lifts his gaze back to yours, his eyes warm and steady. You see, he murmurs, Byzantium was never just a city of stone. It was a city of hearts, a city of souls stitched together across time, across sorrow, across the bright, fierce stubbornness of hope. You feel something deep inside you stir, not loudly, not urgently, but a slow, sweet ache, like the first warmth of spring after a long winter, a feeling that perhaps you too are stitched into that same tapestry, that your own quiet hopes, your own small acts of courage and kindness ripple outward farther than you know. The old man leans back against the cool marble of the fountain, his eyes drifting closed, as if he too is ready to drift into the quiet embrace of the night. And so you sit there together in the heart of the sleeping city, letting the story sink into your bones, into the spaces between your breaths. Above you, the stars spin slowly, gently, across the velvet sky, weaving dreams into the darkness, weaving you into the endless, tender memory of a city that still hums with the songs of dreamers, and the night folds you both into its soft, timeless embrace. The night deepens around you, a soft velvet that hushes the world to a slower, more tender rhythm. Even the distant sea seems quieter now, its waves lapping the shores with the gentlest of sighs, like a mother rocking a child into sleep. Beside you, the old man breathes evenly, his face serene, almost luminous in the lamplight's fading glow. You stay like that for a time that feels unmeasured. No ticking clock, no rush of minutes, only the shared warmth of existence, the slow breath of a city that refuses to be forgotten. But then, as if carried by a breeze you cannot feel, another thread of story weaves itself into the night, and you sense that the old man's tale is not yet finished. His lips part slightly, and without opening his eyes, he begins again as though the memory itself is speaking through him. There was a girl, he says, his voice so quiet you must lean closer to catch each word. Her name was Helena. The name shimmers in the darkness like a ripple across still water. Helena lived in a house of stone near the city's old walls in a neighborhood where vines climbed stubbornly across broken columns, and the scent of rosemary always lingered in the cracks of the pavement. Her father was a maker of candles, a humble trade, but to Helena, Every candle was a kind of magic. The old man's mouth curves in a small smile. She believed, she knew, that a single flame could hold back the entire ocean of night, that it could whisper courage into trembling hearts. So she helped her father each day, her small fingers shaping wicks, pouring tallow, carving tiny marks into the sides of candles, symbols for safe journeys, for healing, for love. You picture her easily, a slender girl with hair tangled by the sea wind, her fingertips forever scented with wax and smoke, her heart burning brighter than any candle she made. But, the old man continues, a shadow of sadness brushing his voice, there came a time when fear crept into the city, not from soldiers at the gates, but from within. Disease, that old silent enemy, slithered through the streets, unseen but merciless. Doors shuttered, laughter faded, the markets fell silent. You shiver slightly, feeling the chill that memory casts, even across centuries. In that heavy time, people began to hide, to draw away from one another. The city that once hummed with life seemed to shrink in on itself, folding into fear and sorrow. The fountain's trickling seems sharper now, a counterpoint to the story's weight. But Helena, the old man's smile deepens, touched by something fierce and proud. Helena refused to let the darkness take root in her heart. She and her father worked late into the nights, pouring candles not for profit, but for hope. They left them at doorsteps, at the feet of the great churches, even slipped them through shutters left slightly ajar. He opens his eyes now, meeting yours. Each flame was a message. You are not alone. There is still light. There is still warmth. The thought wraps itself around you like a second skin, fragile and glowing. Some mornings, the old man says, his voice almost breaking with tenderness, the streets, so empty and afraid, would blush with the soft flicker of 100 tiny lights. Helena never asked for thanks, never sought recognition. She only wanted the city she loved to remember how to breathe. You imagine the ghostly beauty of it, a city bruised by fear, stitched back together by threads of flame, by a girl's fierce belief that even the smallest light mattered. And slowly, the old man whispers, the people did remember. They began to open their doors again, to set candles in their windows, to let the light speak when their voices could not. And the city, the great proud city of Constantinople, found its courage not from its emperors or its armies, but from a girl with wax-stained fingers and an unshakable heart. The story settles into the quiet like a stone sinking into a still pond. Around you, the night sighs contentedly, the stars winking in slow approval. The old man leans his head back against the cool marble, his eyelids drooping with a peace earned through many long years. So many names, he murmurs, names that history will never carve into marble or gild in golden manuscripts, but names that mattered, names that held the world together in its softest, most human moments. You feel a lump form in your throat, not from sadness, but from the aching, beautiful truth of it, that every small kindness, every brave flicker of hope weaves itself into something much larger than any one life. Remember them, the old man says, his voice nearly a breath, not just the kings who wore crowns heavy with jewels, but the boys who painted stars in alleyways, the girls who lit candles against the night. Remember them, and in doing so, remember yourself. He falls silent once more, his breathing slow and even, as if the act of remembering has eased some old, quiet burden he had carried alone for too long. You sit there, feeling the weight and the lightness of it all settle into your bones. The fountain murmurs on, patient and eternal. Somewhere beyond the ancient walls, the first hint of dawn begins to brush the edge of the sea, turning the world the faintest shade of silver. But for now, the night still holds you, still wraps you gently in its ancient, endless arms, and the stories, the soft, flickering stories, live on in you. The breeze stirs faintly now, curling around your shoulders like a whispered song. It carries with it the salt of the Bosphorus, the sweetness of distant fig trees, the faint metallic breath of ancient stone. The city sleeps, yet within its dreams, the memories of those soft flames, those hidden paintings, and those whispered kindnesses still glow, faint but unquenchable. You sit with the old man a while longer, neither of you speaking, neither of you needing to. Around you, Constantinople hums quietly, a living thing, cradling its secrets with infinite tenderness. And then, as naturally as a tide pulling away from shore, the story stirs again within the silence. There was, the old man says at last, once a scholar who lived here. His name was Nicetas. The name rolls off his tongue like a prayer, like a memory too precious to be forgotten. Nicetas was a keeper of words, a gatherer of the old knowledge. In a time when war battered at the gates and fear gnawed at the hearts of the proudest men, he chose to fight not with sword or shield, but with parchment and ink. You can see him, a figure bent over a table, the golden light of an oil lamp spilling across worn pages, his fingers stained dark with the dust of ancient texts. He lived in a tiny room tucked above a bakery, the scent of bread his constant companion. He had no wealth, no fine robes, no titles to set him apart, but his mind, oh, the old man smiles, his eyes distant with admiration. His mind held 1,000 worlds. He draws a slow breath, the lines of his face softening even further. Each night, While the city slept or quaked under distant thunder, Nikitas would read by flickering lamplight scrolls from Athens, dusty tomes from Alexandria, letters penned by emperors long since returned to the earth, and he would copy them by hand, carefully, lovingly. He feared, you see, that if the city were to fall, all that wisdom, all those fragile hopes pressed into words would vanish. The old man's voice drops, rough with feeling, and so, when others ran for swords or for ships, Niketas ran for libraries. When others fortified walls, he fortified knowledge, copying, preserving, saving one story, one idea, one prayer at a time. You picture him now, more vividly, the scratch of quill against parchment, the sweat beading on his brow, not from fear, but from urgency, from the desperate tenderness of knowing that what he held in his hands was larger than himself. And when the fires came, the old man says, when the streets ran with ash and the air cracked with the sounds of falling stone, Niketas did not flee. A tremor moves through the old man's voice, like a wave held barely at bay. He bundled what he could, scrolls, codices, letters, songs. He bound them tight against his chest and ran not away from the flames, but toward the darkest parts of the city, where the libraries had already begun to crumble. A lump forms in your throat, aching and raw. He buried them, the old man said, simply, one by one, in old wells, beneath broken chapels, in the hollow spaces of fallen statues. He hid them like seeds, like treasures, trusting that even if he did not survive, the words might. He leans forward now, voice so low you must strain to catch every syllable. Not all of what he saved was found again. Much has been lost, torn away by time, by greed, by forgetfulness. But some of it still breathes today, in libraries far from here, in books that you might one day touch without even knowing whose trembling hands once saved them for you. The night around you seems to pulse with the truth of it, a slow and aching gratitude stretching back through time. Niketas, faceless to most, nameless to many, still speaks. His voice, and the voices he preserved, ripple through the centuries like a soft current carrying humanity's hopes, fears, and dreams into a future he would never see. The old man sinks back, spent but peaceful, as if laying down a burden he has carried for lifetimes. He looks at you, his gaze deep and unwavering. You see, my friend, he says, empires fall, walls crumble, flags fade into dust, but the soul of a place, the soul of a people, it endures, not in the monuments they build, but in the kindness they show, in the dreams they dare to draw on alley walls, in the candles they leave for strangers, in the words they save One trembling page at a time, he pauses, his breath soft and steady. And here, in this sleeping city, where stones hum with old songs and stars remember your name, you are part of that soul too. You always have been. You always will be. The stars overhead swirl slowly, gently, their ancient dance unhurried by your smallness, made all the more beautiful by it. For a long while, you sit there, letting the story root itself deep within you, letting the night cradle you in its soft, forgiving hands. The wind carries with it a final whisper, barely more than a sigh. Every act of love is a fortress, every memory is a torch, every kindness a crown. And Constantinople, great and broken and beautiful, dreams on and you dream with it, folded safely into its endless night. The air grows cooler, thicker, with the nearness of dawn, but the city clings to its dreams a little longer, unwilling to surrender to the coming light. Somewhere in the unseen distance, a rooster stirs, a single, sleepy note that fades quickly into the silence, as if even it knows that this night is not yet ready to be broken. The old man sits quietly beside you, his hands resting loosely in his lap, as if he too is suspended somewhere between memory and dream. But the stories have not finished weaving their threads through the night. They unfurl still, as soft and inevitable as the slow roll of the tide. After a long while, the old man speaks again, his voice a raspy caress against the hush. There was a woman, he says, named Anna. The name settles gently in the space between you, warm and familiar, as if it had always been waiting there. Anna was a healer, not in the grand halls of the palace, not in the gleaming wards of the churches, but in the narrow alleys where light barely reached, where the poor and the forgotten made their homes in the shadows of golden towers. The old man smiles faintly, the kind of smile that carries both pride and sorrow in its folds. She learned her craft not from books, but from women whose hands knew the shapes of healing the way a river knows its course. She gathered herbs from the crumbled gardens that clung stubbornly to life beyond the city's great walls. She ground roots into powders, steeped leaves into tinctures, whispered prayers into wounds. You see her in your mind's eye now, a woman with strong, gentle hands and a gaze that saw not only the sickness, but the soul, a woman whose very presence was a balm. People called her an angel, sometimes a witch, the old man murmurs, depending on whether their hearts were ruled more by wonder or by fear. He chuckles softly, a dry sound that carries no malice. But Anna did not care for titles. She cared only for the small hands that clutched hers in fevered desperation, for the hollowed eyes that found hope in her touch, for the mothers who wept into her shoulder when a fever broke and a child breathed easily again. The sky overhead has begun to pale at the edges, the deep navy of night softening into a smoky blue. Yet the city still holds its breath, still lets the stories spin themselves out upon the loom of darkness. There came a day, the old man continues, when a sickness swept through the lower quarters of the city, not the slow creeping kind that allowed for whispered warnings, but the kind that bloomed like fire, sudden, merciless, consuming. You can hear it in his voice, the panic, the despair, the suffocating fear that must have gripped the city like a fist. People fled, doors slammed shut. Even some priests abandoned their posts, retreating behind high walls to pray for mercy from afar. He shakes his head slowly, the weight of old grief flickering behind his eyes. But Anna went into the heart of it. The image is so vivid, it almost feels as if you can see her there, walking steadily into the thick of sorrow, into the very mouth of fear. She tended the sick with bare hands and a fearless heart. She fed the weak, washed the dying, sang lullabies to those who could no longer hear her voice. She knew she could not save them all. She knew that, perhaps, she would not even save herself. And yet she stayed. The old man's voice grows rough, but not weak. She stayed because love, true love, asks not whether the task can be won. It asks only whether the task is worthy. The breeze stirs again, carrying with it the faintest scent of rosemary and smoke. When the sickness at last loosened its grip on the city, the old man says, many of those who survived owed their lives to Anna, but by then she had already given hers. He bows his head, and for a long moment, the only sound is the gentle, endless murmur of the fountain. Her name is not carved into any pillar, he says softly. No statue stands in her honor. But if you walk these streets with your heart open, if you listen closely to the way the stones sing at twilight, you can still feel her there, in the abbey's laughter of a healed child, in the steady hands of a young midwife, in the quiet courage that stirs, even now, in the breast of this city. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the ache of it, the beauty of it, seep deep into your chest. Anna, healer, dreamer, quiet warrior, a flame that once lit the darkness and whose embers still glow in unseen corners. The old man sighs then, not with sadness, but with a kind of quiet peace. History remembers emperors, he says, but the soul of Byzantium, it belongs to the dreamers, the healers, the stubborn hearts who loved without asking for reward. He falls silent again, letting the weight and wonder of the stories breathe between you. The light at the edges of the world grows a little stronger now, silvering the tops of distant roofs, brushing against the highest spires. Soon the city will wake, and the soft magic of this night will fold itself back into the stones, waiting patiently for another evening, another dreamer, Another heart brave enough to listen, but not yet, for now the night still belongs to you, to Anna, to Andreas, to Helena, to Nicetas, to the endless tender memory of all those whose hands stitched light into the darkness, and to the slow, aching beauty of a world that refuses to forget them. The fountain's song deepens as the first true strokes of morning color the sky, a pale wash of gold and rose, stretching slowly behind the distant hills. Yet the heart of the city still slumbers, cradled in the last tender moments of night. The old man, still beside you, seems more a part of this timeless hour than of the waking world, his figure softened by the growing light, his presence woven into the hush like a final, whispered prayer. He lifts his head, and for a moment, it seems he is listening, not to you, not to the sounds of the world, but to something deeper, something ancient and unseen. Then, without needing to ask, he continues. There was a soldier, he says quietly, a man named Theodoros. The name carries a different weight, firm and steady, like a stone that has held fast through many storms. Theodoros served not in the grand parades or the shining courts. His post was humble, a simple watchman on the sea walls. Those great, stubborn arms that wrapped the city in their long, stony embrace. The old man closes his eyes, as if seeing it more clearly that way. Each night, while others feasted or slept or prayed, Theodorus walked the long, lonely paths of the walls. He listened to the water slapping against the stones far below. He traced the cracks in the mortar with calloused fingers. He counted the stars to mark the hours. You imagine him there, a solitary figure against the vastness of the sea and sky, guarding a city that might never know his name. He was not a hero in the way songs are written, the old man says. He fought no great battles. He wore no golden armor. His victories were smaller, quieter, a crumbling section of wall repaired before the rains came, a fire spotted and quenched before it could devour a quarter of the city. The story hums low and warm, as steady as Theodoros himself must have been, and yet, the old man murmurs. One night, when storm clouds rolled in thicker and darker than any had seen in years, and the sea boiled with anger, it was Theodoros who stayed on the walls when others ran for shelter. You can feel the weight of the night he describes, the howl of the wind, the roar of furious waves battering against the ancient stones, the way fear must have clawed at the edges of even the bravest hearts. He walked the parapets, hour after hour, soaked to the bone, half blind from the rain. He carried torches to signal the towers. He shouted warnings into the storm, though the wind tore the words from his throat. The old man's voice roughens, the story pulling him back across lifetimes. A section of wall gave way that night, weakened by time, by water, by neglect, and through the gap poured the storm surge, dragging boats from their moorings, flooding the lower streets. He draws a long breath, heavy but unbroken. But it was Theodoros who saw it first. Theodoros, who waded waist deep through black, rushing waters to raise the alarm, who rallied the stewards and the fishermen and the stable hands, who formed human chains to carry sandbags and stones, patching the breach not with might, but with sheer, desperate will. The city around you seems to pulse, breathing in rhythm with the old man's words. By dawn, he says softly, the waters had begun to retreat. The walls still stood, battered but standing, and so did Theodoros, though he could barely lift his arms, though the fever that would claim him already burned in his veins. The old man opens his eyes, and they shine with a quiet, tear-bright pride. He saved the city that night, not with grand speeches, not with banners and horns, but with the simple, stubborn courage of one soul refusing to let the darkness win. He falls silent again, letting the memory linger between you like the last lingering notes of a hymn. You sit there, feeling the echo of it, the cold rain, the crashing sea, the battered wall, the unbreakable spirit of a man who asked for nothing, who gave everything. It settles into you, heavy and luminous, a reminder that not all victories are sung in the great halls, that some are whispered in the quiet spaces where no one watches, save the stars and the stones. The old man shifts slightly, his hands resting over his heart, as if to keep the memories from spilling away. You see, he murmurs, the soul of Byzantium was built not just by emperors and generals, but by hearts like Theodoros's, by those who chose to stand when standing seemed impossible, by those who gave their strength to hold back the tide, knowing it might cost them everything. The first true rays of the sun now pierce the edge of the horizon, brushing the tallest spires with soft fire. The city stirs. A distant clatter of a shutter thrown open, the sharp cry of gulls wheeling overhead, the low rumble of wagons beginning their day's journey. Yet for a few more breaths, you're still in the twilight between worlds, still cradled in the tender, aching beauty of all that has come before. The old man smiles at you, a small, knowing smile filled with a gentle, endless warmth. And you too, he says softly, carry that light, that courage, that dream stitched into your soul by hands you have never seen, by hearts who lived and loved and hoped long before you were born. He reaches out then, slowly, carefully, and places a hand over yours, a touch light as the whispering breeze, yet strong enough to anchor you to something vast and eternal. You are part of it now, he says. You always have been, and in that moment, you believe him. You feel it, the thread winding back through centuries, through the quiet bravery of forgotten souls, through the stubborn, shimmering hope of a city that refuses to be erased. You are not alone. You have never been alone. The old man closes his eyes, and for the first time, his breath deepens into the soft, rhythmic cadence of sleep. His hand slips gently from yours, resting easily in his lap, his face serene under the dawning light. You remain for a moment longer, feeling the slow, tender pulse of the city waking around you, carrying the dreams of Byzantium into another day. And somewhere deep within you, you carry them too, glowing softly like a candle set against the endless sky. The sun stretches itself fully over the rim of the world now, casting long, golden arms across the rooftops and courtyards, painting the stones with gentle light. The city shudders softly into waking life. A cart creaking over cobblestones, a dog barking once, sleepily, before settling again. The low murmur of voices rising in the air, like a tide coming home. But for you, the moment still holds, tender, untouched, folded in the hush, left by the stories that cling to your skin like morning mist. You rise slowly from the fountain's edge, careful not to disturb the old man who sleeps now, so peacefully beside you, his breath even, his hands loose and open, as if he has finally laid down the weight of long memory. A small, grateful smile touches your lips without you even willing it, a farewell woven from gratitude too deep for words. Turning, you step once more onto the worn stones of the street, your body light, your heart heavier in the best of ways. Each footfall feels different now, as though the earth itself hums beneath you, carrying the echoes of Andreas, Helena, Nikitas, Anna, Theodoros, their lives a quiet chorus stitched into the bones of the city. The sun warms your shoulders as you move through the narrow ways, past doorways just opening to the day, past windows where old women toss crumbs to waiting doves, past boys chasing each other barefoot along the alleyways, their laughter ringing like bells through the cool morning air. And everywhere you see it now, the living memory of the city, in the way a merchant smooths the corner of his worn stall cloth, just as his father must have, just as his grandfather once did, in the way a priest pauses to bless a child passing in the street, his fingers tracing an old shape into the air, in the cracked mosaics that still catch the morning sun, scattering it across the street in quiet celebration, in the song hummed by a woman balancing a basket of bread against her hip, the same melody that might have once drifted through these streets 1,000 years ago. You realize as you move deeper into the waking city that Byzantium was never just a place. Not marble, not domes, not golden thrones. It was a breath, a heartbeat, a shared stubbornness to love and to build and to dream, even as the tides of fortune rose and fell. It lives still, not in grand monuments, but in small, invisible acts of courage, in the choice to hope when it would be easier not to, in the quiet tending of fragile dreams that might yet outlive empires. And so, as you walk, you carry them with you. You carry Andreas's dream, brushed in color against blank walls. You carry Helena's candles, trembling against the darkness. You carry Nikitas's pages, saved for hands he would never touch. You carry Anna's healing, stitched into the soft places of the world. You carry Theodoros's strength, standing firm against every storm. Each of their lights, once small and flickering, now burn within you, steady and sure. The city stretches ahead of you now, shimmering in the soft gold of morning, vast and intricate, tangled with 1,000 lives all, unfolding at once. You know that your path will soon lead you onward, beyond these walls, beyond this dawn. But the gift of this night, this place, will walk with you wherever you go. You are part of the tapestry now, your thread woven in among theirs, your quiet dreams stitched beside the dreams of countless others. And just as they once did, you will build, you will hope, you will love, not because it is easy, but because it is the only thing worthy of the light you carry. The breeze kisses your cheek, tender as a blessing, as you take one last look at the great, dreaming city stretched out before you, and with a heart full of old songs and new promises, you step forward into the waiting day, carrying Byzantium with you in the cradle of your soul. Softly, gently, the world welcomes you, and somewhere behind you, beyond the waking streets, beyond the sunlight climbing the walls, the city sighs, a long, slow breath of memory, of gratitude, of endless, stubborn, shimmering hope. And you, dear dreamer, move onward wrapped in it, safe and steady and sure. Sleep now, if you wish. Sleep cradled in the warmth of 1,000 hopes before you, 1,000 hands that built the paths you walk. Sleep and know you are never alone. You are part of a story too large for any one lifetime, too tender to ever be lost. You are the soft, enduring light stitched across the centuries, and you are home. Always, you are home. The streets call to you still, tender and unhurried, each stone a memory pressed flat by time. As you walk further from the fountain, the city unfolds like a living scroll, one you have only just begun to read. Every corner you turn hums with the soft, aching echo of lives, layered one atop another, like translucent silk, each life delicate, yet inseparable from the weave. A narrow lane beckons, half-shadowed, the walls on either side close enough to brush with your fingers. You trail them lightly along the stones, feeling their warmth where the first rays of morning light have touched, their coolness where the night still lingers. Here, the air smells of old earth and jasmine vines climbing in wild abandon over crumbling arches. And here, too, the stories wait. You pass beneath an archway where faded mosaics still cling stubbornly to the brick, the colors pale but not yet surrendered. A figure catches your eye, a woman, cloaked not in royal robes, but in the simple garb of a scholar. Her hands are outstretched, offering not a sword nor a scepter, but a single open book. You pause, your breath catching softly in your chest, and it feels as though the city itself leans closer to whisper her name, Irene. She was once a teacher, you understand, though not the kind who lectured in grand halls or commanded legions of students. Irene taught in the hidden spaces, in back rooms behind bakeries, in sunlit courtyards where the vines dipped low, in borrowed spaces where walls leaned tiredly together. She taught those whom the world had forgotten, girls who were told their place was only at the hearth, boys who carried bread baskets instead of scrolls, old men whose fingers were stiff from years of labor, but whose minds still burned to know more. She taught them letters and numbers and histories whispered from lips that remembered a freer time. She taught not because it was allowed or praised or profitable. She taught because knowledge was a light too precious to be hoarded, too sacred to be dimmed by fear. And when the city grew suspicious, when whispers wound their way up marble staircases to ears seated in power, Irene did not stop. She merely taught more quietly, more carefully, planting seeds in the dark, trusting that one day they would break the surface and bloom. A murmur of footsteps draws your gaze. A group of children rush past, laughing, chasing a rolling hoop down the sloping street. One of them clutches a small slate tucked under his arm, and as he passes, you glimpse it. Simple marks scrawled in careful hands, letters forming words. You smile, a soft tug at the corners of your lips, and imagine Irene's smile too, the satisfaction of knowing that her gift had taken root, surviving beyond her own days, threading into the heart of the city. You move on, the stones whispering against your soles. Ahead, a square opens up, framed by cypress trees leaning tall and thin against the sky. In its center stands a broken fountain, dry now but not empty. Coins glitter at its base, offerings tossed by passing hands, each one a wish, a prayer, a quiet bargaining with fate. You step closer and kneel beside the basin, running your fingers lightly over the rough marble rim. Names come to you then, not in words, but in feelings. Hundreds of unnamed souls who once knelt here, whispering hopes into the water. A mother, her hands chapped and raw, pressing her forehead to the stone and asking only for enough bread to feed her children. A soldier, trembling not with fear but with longing, wishing for the face of a beloved left behind beyond the city walls. An old man, bent and alone, hoping that death, when it came, would find him gently. A young girl, her eyes bright with dreams, too large for the narrow life laid out before her. Their hopes, their fears, still shimmer here, trapped in the worn curves of the marble, cradled by the empty basin as tenderly as by a mother's hands. You sit there for a while, letting the silence of their prayers settle into your bones, letting the memory of their lives brush lightly against your own. And as you rise again, moving slowly across the square, you feel it more deeply than ever. Byzantium was not built only from stone and mortar. It was built from wishes and songs and stubborn, flickering dreams, from ordinary souls who, without knowing, shaped the city far more enduringly than any gilded emperor. The street narrows, once more ahead of you, bending around a slope, beckoning you onward like a hand outstretched in trust, and so you follow, your heart stitched tighter now to the heartbeat of the ancient, dreaming city. The path ahead winds slowly upward, the stones beneath your feet polished smooth by centuries of quiet passage. The air grows thinner here, touched more by the sky than by the sea. With each step, the city falls a little further away behind you, not lost, only softer, muffled beneath the thick green embrace of tall cypress and olive trees. You come upon a low wall, crumbled in places, moss and tiny flowers threading through its broken bones. Beyond it lies a garden, or what once must have been one, its outlines still tenderly etched into the earth. Ancient fig trees bow under the weight of their own ripening, their branches offering shade and sweet breath to the quiet ruins. Wild vines creep where formal hedges might once have stood proud, spilling freely across stone paths and broken fountains. And there, at the garden's heart, half hidden by shadow and leaf, stands a structure, small, domed, its roof cracked open like an eggshell to the light above. A chapel, not one of the grand cathedrals that gathered emperors beneath their vaults, but a place meant for humbler prayers, for offerings spoken not in the grandeur of choirs, but in the simple tremble of solitary voices. You step closer, your breath slowing as you cross the threshold, worn low by 1,000 footsteps. Inside, the air is cool, thick with the scent of earth and stone, and the faint, lingering kiss of incense long since burnt away. The walls are faded now, but the faint outlines of frescoes cling to them still, tender faces of saints and angels, their colors washed pale, by time yet somehow no less alive, and in the center of the small space, on a low pedestal, rests a single battered oil lamp. You approach it, drawn by something deeper than curiosity. The lamp is cold, long since spent, yet it seems to hum quietly with the memory of every prayer ever whispered here, every grief surrendered into the darkness, every hope kindled like a fragile flame against despair. You kneel without thinking, your hand brushing the edge of the pedestal. The stone is worn smooth by hands not so different from yours, hands that once carried burdens too heavy to bear alone, hands that once trembled with fears too large to name, hands that once dared, even so, to offer up a piece of their fragile hearts to something greater than themselves. A whisper stirs in the shadowed corners of the chapel, so soft it might be your own heart speaking, a name, or perhaps only a memory clothed in a name. Marinos. You close your eyes, letting the shape of it settle into you. Marinos, a man who once knelt here, night after night, after the world he knew had cracked apart around him. He had been a stonecutter once, shaping marble for the emperor's palaces, carving beauty into hardness with patience and pride. His hands were strong, his heart steady, until the day came when the city's needs changed, and the stones he had once tended with such reverence were torn down to build walls against a siege that threatened not just stone, but soul. He tried to fight it at first, to convince them to preserve, to protect what had been so lovingly built. But the world does not always listen to gentle hearts. And so, when his work was no longer called for, when the beauty he had helped to shape was stripped away by hands more desperate than cruel, Marinos came here to this small chapel. Night after night, he would kneel before the lamp and light a single flame, not to beg for fortune, not to ask for vengeance, but simply to remember that even in destruction, there had once been creation, that even in ruin, there had once been wonder, and perhaps, in his quiet way, to remind whatever gods might still be listening that beauty, true beauty, never vanishes entirely. It only sleeps, waiting for gentler hands to wake it once more. You bow your head in the soft twilight of the chapel, the worn scent of stone and memory curling around you like a warm blanket, and you understand, with a depth that aches inside your chest, that what Marinos did was no small thing. To remember beauty in the face of ruin, to choose love when grief would have been easier, to light a candle in the teeth of the storm. These are the acts that shape the soul of a city. These are the acts that endure when banners fall and empires crumble into dust. Slowly, you rise again, your hand lingering for a moment on the pedestal. A silent thank you offered into the tender hush. Outside, the light has grown stronger, spilling into the garden like a soft tide. The world waits, sprawling and tangled and alive beyond the broken wall. The city waits, battered, beautiful, breathing, its streets stitched with the footsteps of 1,000 nameless saints. And you carry their memory now. You carry their light, turning once more to the open path. You step back into the waiting arms of Byzantium, your soul stitched a little more tightly to its endless, aching, luminous heart. The path curves downward now, a soft descent that draws you back toward the heartbeat of the city. Yet even as you walk, the world seems changed somehow, as if you carry with you a different kind of gravity, a deeper way of moving through the spaces between stones and stories. The streets grow busier with each step, the hush of night giving way to the low, humming life of morning. Market stalls unfold like bright petals, opening to the sun, their owners calling greetings to one another in voices roughened by sleep and salted by years of habit. Fishermen haul baskets of silver-scaled gifts from the sea. Bakers sweep the soot from their thresholds and stack warm, fragrant loaves on worn wooden shelves. Yet woven into all this bustle is a softness, a kindness you might once have missed. A woman slipping a loaf into the hands of a boy who carries no coins. A merchant setting aside the ripest fruit for an old man with trembling fingers. Small acts, nearly invisible against the larger rhythms of the day. And yet, if you know how to look, they shine brighter than any gilded banner. You follow the scent of baking bread and salted air toward a broad square at the foot of a grand staircase. Here, pigeons strut and flutter, pecking at the crumbs that spill from generous hands. Children chase one another between the legs of statues, marble heroes frozen mid-battle, their faces worn smooth by the endless passage of time. At the center of it all stands a woman, not cast in stone, but as real as the breath in your lungs. She is old, her back bent by years, her hair a crown of soft white, but her eyes, sharp and bright as polished coins, sweep the square with a gaze that misses nothing. A basket hangs from one arm, its contents curious, scraps of cloth, bits of twine, broken toys, tarnished trinkets. You watch as she moves from person to person, pausing only briefly to press something into a hand, to murmur a few words that draw small, startled smiles from lips grown stiff with worry. You step closer, drawn not by curiosity, but by a kind of quiet magnetism. As you near her, the woman looks up and meets your gaze with a warmth that feels almost physical, as if her smile itself has weight and texture, as if it could be draped across your shoulders like a shawl. Without a word, she draws something from her basket, a small square of cloth embroidered with careful, clumsy stitches. and presses it into your hand. You glance down and find, stitched in faded threads, a simple image, a boat, tiny and fragile, riding a great wave. You look back at her, puzzled, but she only winks and turns away, her basket swinging lightly against her hip as she moves on to the next soul, adrift in the great tide of the day. You stand there for a moment, the cloth warm against your palm, the meaning settling slowly into your bones. We are all small boats, the gift seems to say. We are all riding waves far larger than ourselves, and yet, still, we sail. Still, we sail. The square hums around you, but the moment wraps itself tightly around your heart. Another thread woven into the tapestry you have been gathering since the night began. You tuck the cloth carefully into your pocket and turn your steps toward the grand staircase that rises ahead. Each step carries you upward, the city spilling away beneath you, a living, breathing ocean of stone and hope and memory. At the top of the stairs, you find yourself before another of the city's countless wonders, a great open portico framed by soaring columns, their surfaces carved with vines and wings and ancient prayers. Beyond them, a great hall stretches, its roof lost in shadow, its walls lined with faded murals and crumbling relics, and in the center of the hall stands a tree, not carved from stone, not painted on plaster, a living tree, its roots breaking through the marble floor, its branches stretching impossibly upward, tangled with golden ribbons and scraps of cloth fluttering in the soft currents of air. You step closer, wonder blooming in your chest. The cloths are offerings, prayers, hopes, griefs, tied by countless hands over countless years. Each ribbon, a wish whispered into trembling fingers. Each scrap a tether between one human heart and the vastness that hums just beyond sight. You reach out and brush your fingers along the nearest ribbon. It shivers at your touch, whispering something too soft for words, but too strong to be denied. Here, too, the city breathes, not through grand monuments or royal decrees, but through the quiet stubbornness of hope, through the unseen hands that refuse to let go of wonder, even when the world tells them to. You stand there for a long moment, letting the soft, endless murmur of prayers fill the spaces between your ribs, letting it anchor you more deeply into the heart of Byzantium. The tree sways gently in the hidden wind, its roots deep, its branches high, and you too sway with it, a fragile, stubborn thing reaching toward the sky, stitched forever into the great, aching, luminous weave of dreams. You linger beneath the swaying branches, the prayers brushing your skin like breath, like memory, like 100 unseen hands reaching across time to steady you. The air in the hall is thick with the scent of old earth and candle smoke, and something else too, something sweeter, more elusive, hope, maybe, or the ghosts of 1,000 whispered promises folded into the worn stone walls. Slowly, you turn away from the tree, though a part of you aches to stay longer, to remain wrapped in its tender, endless conversation. But the city calls to you, still, gently tugging at the thread wound tight around your heart, urging you onward. You step back into the sun, blinking as the bright morning spills across your face, warm and insistent. The city is fully awake now, humming and bustling, life rushing through its veins with a quiet, determined energy. And yet, within you, the softness of the night remains, a secret place untouched by the noise, glowing like an ember tucked safely away from the wind. You walk with no destination, letting your feet carry you where they will. The streets grow narrower again, more tangled, as if the city itself has loosened its careful seams, allowing wildness to creep back into its bones. Vines drape over crumbling facades, figs fall heavy and bruised into dusty gutters. Children dart like bright fish through the labyrinth of alleys, their laughter sharp and bright against the worn stones. And everywhere, always, the quiet pulse of lives unfolding, stitching themselves into the endless tapestry. You pass an old woman seated cross-legged beside a low wall, her fingers deftly mending a fisherman's torn net. A boy, perched on a barrel, hums a song as he polishes a dented brass lantern until it gleams like a tiny sun. Two girls, no more than 6 or 7, draw intricate patterns in the dust with sticks, their brows furrowed in fierce concentration. You watch them for a long moment, marveling at the fierce tenderness with which life insists on blooming, even in the cracks, even among ruins. Turning a corner, you find yourself at the edge of a long, sloping street that spills downward toward the water. The smell of the sea rushes up to meet you, sharp and exhilarating, laced with salt and fish and the bright, bitter tang of tar. And there, stretched out before you, lies the harbor, a great, sprawling mouth where the city drinks deeply of the world beyond its walls. Ships bob gently at anchor, their masts swaying like reeds. Sailors shout to one another across the water, their voices bright as gulls, wheeling overhead. Vendors line the docks, hawking everything from sweet figs and roasted fish to bolts of silk, so fine they shimmer in the sunlight like water. You descend slowly, drinking in the sight, the sound, the scent of it all. The way the city opens itself here, vulnerable and proud all at once, reaching out to the vast unknown. And amidst the tangle of ships and ropes and bustling life, you see her, a young woman, slight and sun-browned, Standing barefoot on the prow of a small, battered boat, she moves with the easy grace of someone who belongs to the water more than the land, her hair whipping around her face in the breeze. In her hands, she holds a net, but unlike the fisherman's coarse, practical weave, her net is strange and beautiful, strung with tiny bells and scraps of colored cloth that flutter and sing softly in the wind. You watch as she casts it into the air, not into the sea as you expect, but up toward the sky, where it hangs for a heartbeat, weightless, trembling, before falling back into her waiting arms. And she laughs, a low musical sound that carries across the water and wraps itself around your heart before you can catch your breath. The sound is a kind of prayer, too, you realize, a prayer not for safety or fortune or even for hope, but simply for the joy of being alive, here, now, against all odds. She casts the net, again and again, each time catching nothing but air and sunlight and the sheer, aching beauty of existence. And for the first time, in what feels like forever, you laugh too, softly, a sound pulled from the deepest part of you, where wonder has slept too long. The young woman catches your gaze then, her smile wide and knowing, and though no words pass between you, you feel her offering something. Not the net, not even the laugh, but something deeper, the reminder that life, even here at the edges of empires and eras, even bruised and battered, still dares to dance, still dares to fling itself into the wind with open hands. You linger there a while, letting the laughter and the wind and the scent of the sea soak into your bones, letting it stitch itself into the growing tapestry of your memory. And when at last you turn away, making your way back up the hill into the tangled heart of the city, you carry her with you. The girl, the net, the laughter, a bright thread woven into your soul. The city murmurs around you, old and young and endless, and you walk on, not alone, never alone, wrapped in the soft, luminous hum of a world still dreaming itself alive. The hill climbs steeply now, the stones uneven and worn, demanding your careful, deliberate steps. The laughter of the harbor fades behind you, softened into a low, steady hum that merges with the breath of the city itself. Overhead, the sun rises higher, spilling liquid gold across the rooftops, catching in the crooked angles of old windows and broken tiles, making even the most battered walls glow with quiet dignity. As you climb, the streets grow quieter, less crowded. The shops here are smaller, the houses pressed close together, as if leaning into each other for strength. Laundry flutters from bouvet high windows, sheets, shirts, tiny hand-sewn dresses, banners of ordinary life. The smell of the sea fades, replaced by the rich, warm scent of baking bread, roasting olives, dust, and sunlight. It is a scent that feels less like a thing you smell and more like something you fall into, a memory stitched deep into the marrow of the city. You pass a doorway where a woman sits on the step, her hands busy spinning wool into fine thread, her lips moving silently, perhaps in prayer or in song. She does not look up as you pass, but her presence, her simple act of creation, seems to bless the street itself. You move on, drawn now by the soft sound of music floating on the air. A melody so fragile it might be mistaken for a trick of the breeze. Following the sound, you find yourself in a small square you might have missed if not for the music. It is a quiet place, shaded by crooked trees, whose roots have cracked the stone paths into 100 delicate fractures. In the center stands a man, young, barefoot, his clothes patched and worn, a battered lute cradled against his chest. He plays with his eyes closed, his body swaying gently with the rhythm, the music winding upward like smoke. The notes are not polished or grand. They waver sometimes, hesitating, falling into silence before daring to rise again. But they are beautiful, achingly beautiful, because they are alive. You watch from the shadows, unnoticed, as a small group gathers. A few children, an old woman balancing a basket of eggs, a man whose face bears the weariness of too many hard seasons. None of them speak. None of them move closer. They simply stand, breathing the music into their lungs like a needed prayer. And you realize then that this too is Byzantium, not just the grand mosaics or the jeweled relics or the soaring cathedrals, but this, a barefoot boy weaving trembling music into the dust and light, a handful of strangers pausing in the middle of their heavy days to be stitched, if only for a moment, into something larger, something lighter. You stand there for a long time, letting the music unravel the last tight knots from your chest, letting it carry you somewhere softer, somewhere truer. When at last the boy's song falters into silence, no one claps, no one shouts or throws coins. Instead, they simply stand for a moment, longer, breathing together in the hush, before drifting away, back to their baskets and burdens and sunlit streets. The boy opens his eyes then, dark and clear, and for the briefest second, he meets your gaze. There is no pride in his expression, no hunger for praise, only a simple, quiet satisfaction, the satisfaction of having given something beautiful to the world without asking anything in return. He smiles, a small, almost shy thing, and then turns away, cradling his lute as gently as a bird. You slip back into the narrow streets, your footsteps lighter now, your heart stitched tighter to the secret, shining soul of the city. The sun tilts toward afternoon, deepening the colors of the world around you. The blues grow bluer, the golds richer, the shadows longer and softer. The city breathes in and out, alive in every crumbling wall, every worn step, every lingering song. You pass a fountain where a girl dips her toes into the cool water, laughing as she startles a flock of sparrows into flight. You pass a weaver's shop where bright threads spill like rivers from open windows, tangling in the branches of nearby trees. You pass a small chapel tucked between two leaning houses, its door open wide to the street, its single candle burning steadily against the gathering dusk, and all the while the city hums around you, not in the loud, frantic rush of power, but in the slow, stubborn language of endurance, of dreams dreamt quietly and stubbornly through 1,000 uncertain days. You find yourself smiling without meaning to, the softness of the place, the rhythm of the lives around you sinking into your bones. You are no longer just a visitor here. You are becoming part of the story. You are a thread woven into the vast, aching, luminous tapestry that is Constantinople, Byzantium, a city forever poised between memory and dream. And as the first cool breath of evening brushes against your skin, you know with a certainty as deep as the earth that the journey is far from over. The city still has more to show you. The night still has more to offer. And your heart, stitched now with laughter and song and the scent of baking bread, still has more space to open. You walk on into the lengthening shadows, into the waiting arms of the city's endless, tender dreaming. The evening stretches its fingers slowly across the sky, the gold fading into a soft, deepening blue, the edges tinged with the first whispers of stars. The air cools, carrying with it the low, steady murmur of the city settling into night, the scrape of shutters being drawn closed, the clink of glasses lifted in quiet toasts, the rustle of cloaks pulled tighter around tired shoulders. You wander deeper into the heart of the city, where the streets tangle more densely, looping and curling, like veins carrying the last bright blood of the day. The stones beneath your feet still hold the warmth of the sun, but in the growing shadows, the cool breath of night pools in hidden corners. Lanterns bloom along the streets, their lights small and shy at first, each flame a tiny heartbeat against the falling dark. They sway gently with the breeze, scattering soft pools of gold across the ground, inviting you onward. You pass an open doorway where the smell of roasting chestnuts drifts into the street, sweet and earthy. Inside, a family gathers around a low table, their faces illuminated by the dancing light of a single lamp. They pass food from hand to hand, their voices low and musical, woven together like strands of a beloved, familiar song. You pause for a moment at the threshold, unseen, soaking in the tender ordinariness of it, the way the mother brushes a stray curl from her child's forehead, The way the father leans back in his chair and laughs, the way the youngest clutches a half-eaten chestnut in his chubby fist, utterly content. There is a holiness here, you realize, not the kind draped in gold and incense, but something smaller, quieter, a holiness born from love, from closeness, from the fierce, stubborn choice to find joy even when the world offers no promises. You leave them to their evening and move on, your heart a little heavier and a little lighter all at once. The streets narrow further, the buildings leaning close, as if trading secrets. Here, the city feels older, somehow, less touched by the hands of emperors and more by the hands of time itself. The walls are chipped and pitted, the steps uneven, the windows askew, and yet, in every crack and leaning beam, there is a fierce, undeniable beauty. You find yourself before a small square where a few stray dogs doze in the warm dust, their sides rising and falling with the easy rhythm of dreamers. At the center of the square stands an old well, its stones worn smooth by countless hands. You step closer, drawn by the faintest sound, not water, not wind, but something softer, a voice, low, steady, singing a song in a language you do not know, but somehow understand. You round the well and find him, an old man sitting cross-legged beside it, his hands busy weaving something from long strands of reed, a basket. You realize, though it is unlike any basket you've seen, its shape twisting and rising like a spiral, a thing half born from a practicality and half from wonder. He sings as he weaves, the song slow and aching, stitched with a longing so deep it tugs at the corners of your heart. You stand quietly, not daring to break the spell. The song rises and falls, telling a story you cannot name, but feel as surely as your own breath. A story of things lost and found, of oceans crossed, of hands that built and broke and built again. When at last the song falters into silence, the old man lifts his head and meets your gaze. His eyes are bright and clear, full of a kindness that has survived many winters. Without a word, he lifts the unfinished basket toward you, offering it with a simple, open gesture. You step forward, your hands trembling slightly, and take it. It is rough and delicate all at once, the reeds woven tightly at the base, loosening into wide, open loops near the top, as if it were made to carry not just things, but dreams. You bow your head in silent thanks, and the old man smiles, a small, knowing curve of the lips, before returning to his work, drawing another reed through his calloused fingers, and, beginning again, you move away, cradling the basket carefully, feeling the roughness of it against your palms, the softness of the gift it carries, and you understand then that Byzantium, is not just a place of marble and gold, of emperors and saints. It is a city built and rebuilt again by hands like these, hands that weave, hands that sing, hands that offer small, stubborn acts of creation against the great, indifferent tides of history. You carry the basket as you move through the quiet streets, its weight a gentle reminder that you too are a weaver now, that your steps, your dreams, your small acts of hope are threads stitched into the endless tapestry of the city. The sky darkens further, deep blue spilling into black, the stars winking into existence one by one like shy, curious children. And still you walk, each step a soft echo, each breath a prayer folded into the waiting arms of the night. Ahead, a light flickers at the corner of your vision, a lantern swinging gently from a crooked post, its flame defiant against the vast, tender dark. You follow it, your basket cradled close, your heart wide open, stitched more tightly now to the dreaming, breathing, enduring soul of Byzantium. And as the city leans into the embrace of the night, you walk on, a small flame moving through the ancient streets, a new story unfolding with every step. The lantern's light dances in the growing dark, throwing long, soft-edged shadows against the worn stone walls. It sways slightly in the evening breeze, creaking gently on its rusted hook, as if speaking in some secret language only the night understands. You walk toward it, drawn not by urgency, but by the slow, tender gravity that pulls all dreamers onward. The streets here are narrower still, the air thicker with the scent of wood smoke and something sweeter, a trace of figs stewing in honey, or maybe chestnuts roasting in hidden kitchens. It is the hour of quiet, of slow conversations behind closed shutters, of old songs hummed beneath one's breath. You turn a corner and find yourself before a narrow shop tucked between leaning buildings, a shop so small and so plain you might have missed it altogether if not for the golden light spilling from its open door. Inside, shelves sag under the weight of books, hundreds, maybe thousands of them, their spines cracked and faded, their pages breathing out the rich, musty perfume of countless hands, countless hours, countless lives, pressed between parchment and ink. An old man sits behind the counter, his back bowed, not from weakness, but from years of bending close to the whispered wisdom of written words. A cat, sleek and silver as moonlight, curls atop a stack of manuscripts, blinking at you with the slow, imperious gaze of one who has seen many travelers pass through. You hesitate at the threshold, feeling the weight of the place settle around you like a warm cloak. The old man looks up and smiles, a small, tired smile, but one filled with a kindness too vast to measure. He gestures you inside without a word, as if he has been expecting you all along. You step carefully into the shop, each footfall muffled by the thick, uneven carpets thrown across the stone floor. The air inside is warm, heavy, with the weight of dreams. You trail your fingers lightly along the spines of the books as you pass, feeling, rather than reading, the quiet hum of lives once lived, ideas once dared, prayers once uttered into the lonely dark. You come to a stop before a small table near the back of the shop. There, laid out in careful disorder, are a dozen tiny volumes, their covers stitched with silk threads, their pages yellowed and soft at the edges. You pick one up at random, the leather cool and smooth beneath your fingertips. Opening it, you find not a grand treatise or a holy text, but a collection of letters, simple, heartfelt letters, written by people whose names history never thought to remember. A baker writing to his daughter, telling her of the first warm loaves of the spring. A soldier writing to his brother, promising to return from distant wars. A girl writing to her future self, describing the dreams she fears she will forget. You read for a long time, the world around you dissolving into the soft, golden hush of the shop. Each letter is a thread, a bridge between souls separated by centuries, a testament to the stubborn, luminous act of reaching out, of wanting to be heard, to be known, to be remembered. When you finally lift your head, the old man is watching you, his eyes warm and knowing. Without speaking, he pushes a small, battered satchel across the counter toward you. Inside, you see a handful of blank pages, a quill, a tiny bottle of ink, an invitation not to consume the dreams of others, but to add your own. You bow your head in silent thanks, pressing your hand over your heart. The cat stretches, yawns, and hops down from its perch to brush against your legs, her fur cool and silken. You slip the satchel carefully into the basket you still carry, the threads of your journey growing tighter, richer, heavier. With each gift the city presses into your waiting hands. Stepping back into the street, you find that full night has fallen, soft and deep, the stars singing faintly overhead. The lantern still sways on its hook, its light a small, steady pulse against the vastness of the dark. You walk on, your steps slow and sure, the basket cradled against your side, the satchel of empty pages pressing gently against your ribs. You are not just gathering stories now, you are becoming one. The city breathes around you, cradling you in its endless, aching, beautiful arms, and you breathe with it, slow, steady, whole. A single, fragile note stitched into the endless, luminous song of Byzantium. The streets narrow again, folding in around you, the buildings leaning close, as if to murmur secrets into your hair. You move quietly, reverently, carrying with you the weight and wonder of all you have seen, all you have gathered, all you are becoming. Ahead, the faint, rich sound of bells drifts through the night, slow and deep, calling no one and everyone. A song older than any empire, any king, any written name. You follow it, your heart open and shining, stitched now forever into the soul of the dreaming, enduring city, and Byzantium, ancient and eternal, dreams on, carrying you with it into the endless, tender night. The bells call you onward, their sound thick and low, like the heartbeat of the city itself, pulsing through the dark. Each note rolls across the rooftops and tangles in the alleyways, stirring the heavy folds of night and weaving invisible paths through the sleeping streets. You follow, without question, without hurry. The stones under your feet are cool now, their heat from the day leached away by the touch of night. The buildings loom taller here, narrow and weathered, leaning in so closely that the stars overhead appear only in slivers, scattered like crumbs along the sky. Yet you do not feel caged, only cradled, held in the arms of a city that has known 1,000 nights darker than this, and 1,000 dawns gentler than memory. The bells grow louder as you walk, but not harsh. Their song is a blanket, a gathering, a calling home. At the end of a winding street, you come upon a gate of wrought iron, its bars twisted and twined into shapes, so worn they seem almost part of the living earth. Beyond it stretches a courtyard, wide and open to the sky, paved with stones worn smooth by the endless shuffle of countless feet, and at its center, a church, smaller than the Hagia Sophia, humbler than the grand basilicas, but no less full of breath and memory. Its doors stand open, spilling a warm, honeyed light into the dark. You step through the gate and cross the courtyard, your footsteps muffled by the thick scent of moss and thyme. Inside, the church is nearly empty. A few figures sit scattered along the wooden benches, heads bowed, hands folded loosely in laps, not in rigid prayer, but in the soft, open stillness of those who have come not seeking miracles, but only a place to rest their hearts. The walls are lined with icons, their gilded surfaces catching the candlelight and throwing it back in trembling halos. Saints, angels, martyrs, their faces kind and worn, their eyes deep wells of sorrow and forgiveness. You slip into a pew near the back, the wood creaking gently beneath your weight. For a while, you sit motionless, breathing in the thick scent of beeswax and cedar, feeling the slow, heavy rhythm of the place settle into your bones. There is no sermon here, no grand procession, only the soft, endless pulse of being, of hearts beating in the dark, of lives stitched together by the fragile, stubborn thread of hope. Your eyes drift closed, and for a moment you're neither here nor anywhere, only floating, weightless, held in the gentle current of something older and softer than memory. A quiet, shuffling sound stirs you, and you open your eyes to see a woman moving slowly down the aisle. She is old, her back bent, her steps careful and small. In her hands, she carries a single candle, its flame cupped protectively against the breath of the world. She passes each pew, pausing briefly to hold the candle out toward the bowed heads, not demanding, not offering in words, but inviting. Some reach out to touch the light with their fingertips. Some bow their heads lower, as if soaking it in with their breath. Some weep, silently, without shame. When the woman reaches you, she stops. You look up into her face, a face lined deeply with the years, but lit from within by a gentleness so fierce it nearly steals your breath. She says nothing. She simply holds the candle out toward you, and you understand, not with words, not with logic, but with something deeper, something stitched into your bones before you ever knew your own name. You reach out and place your hand near the flame, feeling its warmth brush your skin, its trembling light folding itself into the quiet spaces of your heart. The woman smiles, a small, tired, beautiful thing, and moves on, leaving you holding not the candle, but something just as real. You sit there a while longer, breathing in the peace of the place, letting the weight and sorrow and hope of 1,000 lives wrap themselves around you like a cloak. And when you finally rise and step back out into the night, you carry the warmth of the candle within you, a tiny, stubborn flame stitched into the endless tapestry of the city's dreaming. The bells have fallen silent now, their final note lingering in the air like the last sigh of a long-held breath. The streets are nearly empty, the windows dark, the city settling into the deepest part of the night, and you walk slowly, softly, your steps a prayer stitched into the stones. You are a weaver now, a dreamer, a keeper of small flames in a world that will always need them, and Byzantium, eternal and fragile and beautiful beyond all telling, hums quietly around you, a living dream, a breathing memory, a story still unfolding even now. The streets stretch before you, silent but not empty, full of a kind of stillness that hums just beneath the skin of the world. The darkness here is not the darkness of fear, but of shelter, of rest, of dreams unfurling quietly in unseen corners. You walk slowly, each footstep a soft echo, carrying with you the warmth of the candle, the threads of laughter and music and prayers tucked into the folds of your spirit. The city leans around you, patient and knowing, as if it recognizes you now, not as a stranger, but as a part of itself, stitched into the fabric of its endless becoming. You turn down a narrower lane where the air is thick with the scent of roses. You cannot see them, not in this soft gloom, but you know they are there, blooming wildly in secret gardens behind heavy walls, their fragrance a stubborn defiance against stone and shadow. The lane curves, and suddenly you find yourself before a low archway, half swallowed by ivy. An open gate beckons. Beyond it, a courtyard unfolds, hidden away from the city's broader streets, a place meant not for grandeur, but for breathing, for remembering. It is quiet here, so quiet you can hear the soft whisper of the ivy brushing against the stones, the slow creak of a shutter swinging loose in the breeze. In the center of the courtyard stands a tree, tall and crooked, its trunk thick with age, its branches reaching up like hands, remembering how to pray. Beneath the tree is a stone bench, worn smooth by time. You cross the courtyard slowly, your hand trailing along the low walls, feeling their warmth, their weight, their memory. You sit on the bench, the cool stone grounding you, anchoring you gently to the earth. The tree hums above you, not with sound, but with presence, with the slow, ancient knowledge of a thing that has endured 1,000 storms and still dares to stretch itself toward the sky. And there, under the tree's great, sheltering arms, you feel it again, the thread, the soft, almost imperceptible thread that has been weaving itself through you all night, binding you to the city, to its memories, to its dreams. You close your eyes and breathe deeply, and in the darkness behind your lids, the city blooms. You see the glint of mosaic tiles catching the morning sun. You hear the soft murmur of prayers rising like mist from candlelit chapels. You feel the roughness of stone worn smooth by countless hands reaching, blessing, remembering. You taste the salt of the sea carried on the wind, the sweet burst of ripe figs, the sharp bite of strong, dark coffee. You see faces too, not just emperors and saints, but bakers and scribes, sailors and mothers, dreamers and healers. You see Andreas, chalk staining his fingertips, drawing stars where no one thought to look for them. You see Helena, lighting a candle against the crushing dark. You see Nikitas, bent over parchment, saving the breath of old worlds with trembling hands. You see Anna, kneeling beside the sick, her touch a balm stronger than any decree. You see Theodoros, standing alone against the rising storm, his body a frail but unbroken wall. And you see the nameless thousands who carried the city not in their arms, but in their hearts, who built and broke and built again, who loved fiercely in the face of loss, who dreamed stubbornly in the teeth of despair. You see yourself among them, a thread among threads, a candle among candles, a song among songs. You open your eyes slowly, the tree above you swaying gently against the velvet sky, the stars blinking in approval. The night deepens, but it does not press heavy against you. Instead, it lifts you, cradles you, wraps you in the endless, aching tenderness of being alive, of belonging. You sit there for a long time, breathing with the city, breathing with the stars, breathing with the quiet, stubborn dream of Byzantium. And when you rise at last, your legs stiff but your heart wide open, you carry the memory of the courtyard with you, a secret place stitched into the map of your soul. The gate swings closed behind you with a soft click, and you step once more into the narrow, winding streets. The lanterns sway above you, the ivy rustles behind you, and the thread pulls you onward, soft, steady, certain. You are not lost. You are exactly where you are meant to be. The city hums around you, full of stories still waiting to be told, full of dreams still daring to unfold. And you walk forward, a single, shining note in the endless, beautiful song of Byzantium. The streets have softened into velvet, the night thick and tender all around you. Even your footsteps seem to make no sound now, as if the city itself is holding its breath, letting you move gently through its oldest dreams without disturbing them. Ahead, a wide road unfurls, lined with ancient colonnades. Most of the columns stand broken now, their marble cracked and worn, but they rise stubbornly from the earth all the same, silvered by moonlight, solemn and beautiful in their ruin. You walk between them slowly, reverently, as if passing through a cathedral built not by human hands, but by time itself. Each step echoes faintly upward, caught between the tall, broken pillars and the deep blue sky. Somewhere far off, you hear the slow splash of oars dipping into water, a rhythm as old as the city itself, and beyond that, the low murmur of voices, not loud or urgent, but steady like a tide rolling in. You follow the sound, your heart beating in time with the slow pulse of the night. At the end of the colonnade, the road opens into a wide plaza, ringed by what remains of grand facades, arches and columns, statues with faces blurred by centuries of rain and wind. At its center stands a great cistern, its mouth yawning dark and deep into the earth, rimmed by stone polished, smooth by countless hands. Around it gather a handful of figures, cloaked and bent against the slight chill of the night. As you draw nearer, you realize they are not simply passing through. They are gathering for something, something quiet, something sacred. One of them steps forward, a woman wrapped in a heavy cloak, her hair silvered with age. She carries a shallow bowl of water, and in the bowl floats a single small flame, trembling but unbroken. Without words, she bends and sets the bowl into the cistern's waiting mouth. The flame flutters, leans, but does not die. It floats there, a tiny, stubborn sun, caught in the dark mirror of the water. The others step forward in turn, each carrying something small, a sprig of rosemary, a folded scrap of parchment, a stone worn smooth from years of touch. Each offering is placed into the cistern with the same solemn grace, each joining the small flame in its silent vigil. You understand, without needing to be told, that this is not a ceremony for the powerful, not a ritual decreed by emperor or priest. It is something older, something humbler, a remembrance, a gathering of ordinary hearts to honor what might otherwise be forgotten. The small lives, the quiet hopes, the unseen kindnesses that built the true bones of the city. One of the cloaked figures turns toward you then, and you see that it is not just the very old or the very sorrowful who have come, but young faces too, faces full of fierce, stubborn light. The woman who had set the bowl gestures to you, her hand an invitation. You step forward slowly, feeling your heart rise up in your chest, trembling with the weight of what it means to be included here, to be trusted with this piece of the city's endless memory. You reach into your satchel, oh, the one the old bookseller gave you, and draw out one of the blank pages. The paper is soft, still smelling faintly of dust and ink and hope. You kneel at the cistern's edge and set the page afloat beside the flame. For a moment, it shivers there, the inkless parchment catching the candle's trembling light. Then it settles, drifting gently, a quiet prayer without words. The woman smiles at you, a small, fierce smile, full of understanding, and the gathering bends their heads together once more, the night closing tenderly around them, around you, around the tiny, stubborn flame floating in the dark. You kneel there longer than you know, your eyes locked on the flickering reflection, your heart wide open, and when you rise again, your legs stiff, but your spirit soaring, you know something has changed within you, not loudly, not suddenly, but deeply, quietly, like the tide shifting beneath the surface of the sea. You have become not just a guest of the city, you have become part of its memory, part of its dream. The cloaked figures drift away one by one, disappearing into the narrow veins of the sleeping city. And you walk too, the plaza empty behind you, the flame and the floating page left to keep their solemn vigil through the night. The stars press low against the sky now, thick and soft as wool, their light a blessing on your shoulders. The wind hums low through the broken columns, threading through your hair, brushing against your skin like a whispered promise, and you walk on, slowly, reverently, wrapped in the endless, aching tenderness of Byzantium's dreaming heart. The night is not over, the story is not done, and you, a dreamer, a bearer of small flames, are exactly where you're meant to be. The streets ahead, narrow once more, winding like soft rivers of stone through the sleeping city. The night has deepened to its fullest, a thick, embracing dark stitched with tiny, patient stars. The moon hangs low and full, its light spilling across broken rooftops and crumbling mosaics, making every worn surface shine like a memory half remembered. You walk slowly now, not because you are weary, but because you do not wish to rush. The city breathes around you, and you match its rhythm without thinking, a slow, steady heartbeat shared between ancient stones and your own soft steps. The basket at your side sways gently, light and warm, filled with gifts not measured by weight. The embroidered cloth with its fragile boat, the blank pages waiting to carry dreams, the woven basket that holds nothing but somehow carries everything, each piece a quiet echo of the souls who once loved this place enough to leave their light behind. The wind carries scents to you in little threads, sea salt, warm stone, the ghost of fig blossoms, the sweet faint smoke of a hearth fire banked low for the night, and somewhere, almost too faint to hear, the sound of singing, not the triumphant singing of choirs beneath vaulted ceilings, but a different kind, rough and low and very old, like a song sung to keep fear away, or to call loved ones safely home across dark waters. You follow the sound without hesitation, your feet finding the path even where the streets twist and tumble like forgotten thoughts. It leads you to a small courtyard, ringed by crumbling walls and heavy with vines. There, seated around a low, crackling fire, a handful of figures sing. They are sailors, you realize, men and women with weathered faces, their clothes stained with salt and time. Their boots are scuffed, their hands strong and scarred, their laughter low and easy between verses. They pass a battered jug between them, each one lifting it in salute to the fire before drinking. The flames reflected in their eyes like tiny, stubborn stars. You linger at the edge of the courtyard, unseen or simply unquestioned, welcomed by the simple, fierce hospitality of the night. The song they sing is one you do not know, its words worn soft by the sea and the years, but the feeling of it settles into your bones all the same, a song of departures and returns, of loss and of finding, of promises stitched into the endless fabric of waves and wind. The oldest among them, a man with hair like driftwood and hands like weathered rope, lifts his gaze toward the stars and sings a final line, slow and deep, the sound of it folding gently into the folds of the night. And then silence, not heavy, not sorrowful, but rich and full, like a cup brimming with memories. One by one the sailors stand and stretch, the fire throwing long shadows across the cracked stones. They do not hurry to leave. They simply drift away, slipping back into the veins of the city, carrying their song with them like a cloak thrown over their shoulders. The last to leave is the old man, as he passes by where you stand half hidden in the vines. He nods once, a small, deliberate gesture, heavy with meaning. You have heard, you have seen, you belong. And then he is gone, his footsteps fading into the hush. The fire burns low now, the flames licking lazily at the cool night air. You step forward, drawn by the warmth, the memory, kneeling beside it. You stir the embers gently with a fallen branch, watching the sparks rise and twist and vanish into the velvet dark above. And in those brief, trembling sparks, you see it again. The boy painting stars on broken walls. The girl leaving candles against the night. The scribe tucking songs into the hidden corners of crumbling libraries. The healer washing blood from battered skin with hands as steady as prayer. The watchman standing alone against the furious dark. The basket weaver, the bookkeeper, the silver-haired woman with her single, trembling candle, the sailors singing to the stars, all of them, all of you, threads in the great, endless tapestry of Byzantium, a tapestry not stitched by emperors or armies, but by hands brave enough to love the world even as it broke, even as it burned, even as it fell. You add one more branch to the fire, watching as it catches, burns, dances, a small, stubborn light against the great sweep of time. And you know, not with your mind, but with something deeper, something stitched into the marrow of your being, that this is the heart of the city, not its walls, not its treasures, not even its prayers carved in marble, but this, the quiet, stubborn, aching choice to hope, to remember, to begin again. You rise slowly, your body warmed by the fire, your heart warmed by something even older, even stronger. The city waits for you still, humming softly, breathing its ancient, endless song, and you step back into it, the basket swinging gently at your side, the satchel pressing against your ribs, the flame burning low and steady inside your chest. You are not just a witness, you are part of the dream now, part of the endless, beautiful story, and the night, tender and vast, folds you deeper into its embrace. The city lies quiet now, its breath slow and deep, the dark stitched with a softer kind of light, the faint shimmer of stars caught in puddles, the last embers of hearth fires glowing behind shuttered windows, the silvered glint of dew gathering on vines and broken stones. You move through it with slow, reverent steps, feeling each worn stone beneath your feet, each shift of cool air against your skin, each hidden, dreaming heartbeat tucked into the folds of the night. You are no longer just passing through. You are part of it now. The thread that first tugged at you so gently has wound itself all the way around your heart, stitching you into the quiet, breathing body of Byzantium. The streets open slowly before you, unfolding like petals softened by the night's heavy hand. You pass an old well where moss creeps over the stones like velvet. You pass a fountain frozen mid-song, its basin cradling only moonlight. You pass doorways where the faint smell of baking bread or stewing herbs still lingers, soft as breath. Everywhere, the city hums low and steady, a lullaby too old for words, too deep for remembering, too tender for forgetting. You come at last to a broad, open terrace that leans out over the sleeping sea. The railings here are crumbled and worn, but the view is vast, an endless stretch of black water stitched with silver threads, where the stars lie shattered across the waves. You step to the edge and rest your hands on the cool stone, breathing in the heavy salt air. The sea murmurs below you, its voice old and endless, cradling the city against its patient chest. You close your eyes and listen, and in the low murmur of the waves, you hear them, the voices of those who came before, not loud, not desperate, but steady, woven into the very bones of the water, the voices of shipwrights singing as they built vessels to dance across the waves, the voices of merchants bargaining in 100 different tongues, the voices of mothers rocking their children to sleep with songs older than memory, the voices of sailors calling to each other across dark waters, their laughter sharp and bright as starlight, the voices of the lost, the hopeful, the dreaming. They are all there, carried by the sea, cradled by the stone, stitched into the breath of the city. And you are there too. One more voice, one more thread, one more flame, trembling stubbornly against the great sweep of time. You open your eyes slowly, the stars still singing on the water. The basket rests against your hip, light and full. The satchel presses against your heart, heavy with empty pages that are not empty at all, but filled now with the dreams you have gathered, the memories you have cradled, the tenderness you have carried. The soft whisper of your steps carries you to a worn stone bench at the terrace's edge. You sit. The night folds itself around you like a blanket, like a lullaby, like a mother's hand smoothing hair from your forehead, and slowly, softly, you let yourself drift, not into sleep just yet, but into a deeper kind of rest. kind that comes from belonging, the kind that comes from knowing that even in a world of falling empires and broken dreams, there are still songs to be sung, there are still candles to be lit, there are still hands to reach for one another in the dark, and you are part of that endless, aching, beautiful weaving. You always have been, you always will be. The stars hum low above you, the sea murmurs soft below, the city dreams quietly around you, and you, beloved thread, beloved dreamer, beloved flame, drift slowly, tenderly, into the deep, endless peace of the night. You are home, always, always, you are home. The city breathes beneath you, slow and deep, as if it, too, is half asleep, half wrapped in the endless folding of dreams. The stars spill silver over the quiet rooftops, catching in broken tiles, tracing thin ribbons of light across shuttered windows, stitching their faint glow into the worn bones of the city. You sit still on the old stone bench at the edge of the terrace, the sea murmuring below like a heart beating in its sleep. The basket rests beside you, heavy now with memories, with gifts too delicate to be seen, but too real to be doubted. You breathe in the night, the salt and the stone, the ash of distant fires, the sweet fading perfume of gardens sleeping behind broken walls, and let it settle into the hollow places inside you, filling them slowly, softly, like water soaking into dry earth. For a long while, there is only the night, the sea, the stars, and then, somewhere deep within the city, a bell tolls once, a low, slow note that trembles through the stones and the blood alike. You rise without thinking, your body moving with the unhurried certainty of someone who has been summoned not with words, but with longing. You slip back into the streets, your steps muffled by dust and moss and the thick velvet of the night. The city is deeper now, not asleep, but dreaming openly, its heart turned outward like a flower daring to bloom against the chill. You pass a fountain so old that ivy spills from its cracks like green silk. You pass a doorway where a single lamp burns low, its flame curled small but fierce against the dark. You pass a window left ajar, and from within you hear the soft creak of a lute, a single thread of music weaving itself through the fabric of the night. And all around you the stones whisper, not words you can understand, not stories told in the language of waking minds, but a murmur, a memory, a song stitched into the marrow of the city itself. You turn a corner and find yourself before a long, low wall overlooking a garden. Not a grand garden, not a palace's carefully tended rose, but a wild, spilling place where jasmine and fig and rose tangle together without permission, without design, without fear. The scent is dizzying, thick and sweet and alive, wrapping itself around your skin, pulling you deeper into the soft, heavy breathing of the night. You step closer, resting your hands on the worn stone, and there, in the heart of the garden, you see them, lanterns, dozens of them, hung from the branches of trees, balanced on broken statues set carefully along the crumbling paths. Their light is soft and golden, trembling slightly in the breeze, as if the garden itself is breathing them into being. No voices call out, no grand ceremony unfolds, only the steady, patient work of memory made visible. You watch as a young woman moves between the trees, a bundle of lanterns cradled carefully in her arms. Her steps are slow, deliberate. At each place she pauses. She lifts a lantern and hangs it gently, tenderly, as if tucking a star into the branches. No one guides her. No one hurries her. She moves with the certainty of someone fulfilling a promise older than herself. You stay at the wall, your breath caught in your chest, watching the golden forest bloom slowly in the dark. The lanterns sway in the breeze, their lights brushing against each other like hands reaching across impossible distances. You think of the candles Helena left in empty streets. You think of the small flame cupped in trembling hands in the chapel. You think of the little lamp burning still somewhere behind you, back in the bookkeeper's shop, its light stubborn and bright against the long dark. The woman pauses beneath the largest tree, her last lantern held close to her chest. She lifts it slowly, cradling it for a moment longer, as if whispering something into its trembling flame, and then she hangs it among the branches, stepping back to watch as it joins the constellation of lights above and around her. You press your hand to your heart, feeling the thread pull tight inside you, stitching you even closer to this endless, aching place. The woman turns then, and for the first time, looks toward you. Her face is soft, shadowed by the golden light, but her eyes catch yours with a kind of fierce gentleness that steals the breath from your lungs. She does not speak. She does not beckon. She only smiles, small, quiet, knowing, and then she slips away between the trees, her form swallowed slowly by the golden mist of lanterns and jasmine and night. You stand there long after she is gone, the light soaking into your skin, the memory stitching itself deeper into your soul. The garden breathes, and you breathe with it. The city dreams, and you dream with it. The lanterns sway gently in the breeze, 1,000 small suns burning against the vast, tender dark. And somewhere deep within you, a new flame stirs, small and steady and impossibly bright. You turn away at last, your heart fuller, heavier, lighter all at once, and you walk on into the soft arms of the waiting night, the thread pulling you ever deeper into the endless, breathing dream of Byzantium. The road winds downward once again, The stones beneath your feet slick with the faint kiss of dew. The air is cooler here, where the city folds itself into smaller, humbler spaces, courtyards tucked between leaning houses, gardens blooming wild and unseen, forgotten steps sinking into the patient earth. You let yourself drift along the path, guided by nothing but the slow tug of the thread wound tight around your heart. The streets here feel even older, if that is possible. The walls are softened by moss, the roofs bowed by time, the wood of doorways and shutters worn thin by 1,000 passing hands. There is a tenderness to it, a kind of gentle surrender, not to ruin, but to memory. You pass a small fountain tucked into the corner of a quiet square. Its water flows as still, a soft, steady whisper, though the basin is cracked, and the statues that once crowned it have lost their faces to time. A clay cup rests on the ledge, left there not for ceremony, but for kindness, an unspoken gift to any who might thirst. You lift the cup, dip it into the cool water, and drink. The water tastes of stone and sky and deep, dreaming earth. You set the cup back where you found it and bow your head in silent thanks, feeling the gift settle warmly inside you, another thread stitched into the growing tapestry of your journey. The path narrows further, the night pressing closer, the stars now just faint smudges beyond the high leaning walls. You come to a low archway, its bricks crumbling, vines threading through every crack. Beyond it, a stairway spirals downward into darkness. Without hesitation, you step through. The stones are slick here, the air damp and heavy, carrying the scent of earth and salt, and something older still, the deep, secret breath of the city's hidden heart. You move carefully, your hand brushing the wall to steady yourself, feeling the old, cold life of the stones pulse against your fingertips. At the bottom of the stair, the path opens into a vast underground chamber. It is a cistern, one of many that honeycomb the ground beneath the city. Great hidden lakes cradling the lifeblood of Byzantium. Columns rise from the black water, their bases lost in the dark, their tops vanishing into the high vaulted ceiling. They stretch in every direction, rows and rows of silent sentinels, bearing the weight of centuries without complaint. Lanterns float on the surface of the water, their reflections trembling gently, making the pillars seem to sway and dance in the slow breath of the earth. The air hums here, not with noise, but with presence, with the heavy, sacred silence of a place forgotten by the world above, but still fiercely alive. You step carefully onto a narrow walkway of stone, barely wide enough for your feet. The water laps quietly at either side, the lanterns bobbing like golden stars fallen to earth. You walk slowly, reverently, the soft splash of your steps the only sound. As you move deeper into the cistern, you notice small offerings tucked into the niches of the columns, scraps of cloth, coins worn smooth, carved figures no bigger than a thumb, dried flowers tied with twine, each one a prayer, each one a memory, folded into the silence. You reach out and brush your fingers against one of the columns as you pass, feeling the cold stone shudder faintly beneath your touch, as if waking from a long dream. There is no fear here, only deep, endless patience, only the soft, stubborn endurance of a place that has held the city's life in its arms for centuries, quietly, invisibly, without demand for thanks. You come to a small island of stone at the center of the cistern, a circle no larger than a table, cradled by the black water. At its heart stands a single tree. It is not alive in the way trees above ground are. No green leaves, no fruit. Its trunk is silvered and twisted, polished smooth by time and water, a sculpture shaped not by human hands, but by the slow, patient breath of the earth itself. You step onto the island and stand before it, feeling the soft pulse of the place settle into your chest, and without thinking, you reach into your basket and draw out the cloth with the embroidered boat, the one given to you so long ago, though it feels now like no time at all. You kneel and lay it at the base of the tree, the tiny boat stitched in faded thread catching the lantern light and glowing softly, an offering, a memory, a promise. The cloth settles gently onto the stone, its edges fluttering slightly in the breath of the unseen air. You rest your hand over it for a moment, feeling the warmth of all the souls who have passed through this city before you, who have loved and lost and hoped and dared. And then you rise, your heart lighter and heavier all at once. You turn and make your way back along the narrow path, the lanterns nodding gently in the dark, the water whispering at your heels. The stairway winds upward again, carrying you slowly back toward the open night. When you step once more into the cool air, the city feels different, softer, closer, more alive. The stars have shifted slightly, tilting the world just enough to let you know that time, like the water below, moves endlessly, patiently, weaving your small, stubborn flame into the great, breathing story of the world. You walk on, the basket lighter, now against your hip, your steps steady, your heart full, and above you, around you, within you, Byzantium dreams on, endlessly, tenderly, alive. The stars tilt slowly across the sky, the deep blue of night beginning to thin at the very edges where the horizon waits to be kissed by the first soft breath of dawn. But still, the city holds to its dreaming, unwilling to let go of the velvet hush that wraps it like a shawl. You walk on through the narrow streets, your footsteps weaving softly between the long, shadows in the last burning lanterns. The cistern's memory clings to you, the silvered tree, the slow pulse of black water, the cloth laid down like a whispered prayer. But the night has more to show you yet. You follow the slow curve of a broken aqueduct, its stones heavy with moss, its arches cracked and leaning, but still graceful, still stubborn against the weight of passing time. Beyond it, the road softens into dust and grass, and the city falls away behind you for a little while, opening into a wide, wild space where the earth breathes more freely. A field, long and low, bordered by a crumbling wall of stone and wild laurel, silvered by the moonlight. You step onto it quietly, feeling the coolness of the dew soak into the soles of your shoes, the sharp, sweet scent of crushed mint rising where your feet press the plants back into the earth. The air here is different, larger somehow, washed clean by the breath of the sea and the slow, steady heartbeat of the earth. At the center of the field stands a stone archway, freestanding and alone. The building it once crowned long since returned to dust. It stands nonetheless, tall, worn, beautiful, a doorway opening onto nothing but stars. You approach it slowly, reverently, drawn to its fierce, stubborn grace. Someone has placed a single bench beneath the arch, a rough thing carved from a slab of wood and set upon stones. You sit there in the shadow of the broken arch and lift your eyes to the sky. The stars spill themselves above you in great rivers of light, tangled and brilliant and infinite. You lean back, the cool wood of the bench pressing against your spine, and breathe in the whole vast, aching sky. And for a long, long time, you simply sit there, breathing, watching, remembering. The memories come gently, folding over you like soft waves. You see again the crooked streets and the broken fountains, the sun-warmed mosaics and the dark, dreaming water. You see again the faces of those who crossed your path, the boy with the lute, the woman with the lanterns, the old man weaving baskets from reeds, the sailors singing to the stars. You see again the flame you touched in the chapel, the flame you floated on the water, the flame you carry still inside your chest. You see yourself, small, tender, stubborn, walking through the breathing body of the city, gathering dreams like stones tucked into your pockets. You sit there until the stars begin to pale, until the first faint blush of morning touches the horizon, painting the world in shades of pearl and rose. You sit there until the night folds itself away, tucking its dreams back into the stones and the sea and the hearts of those who know how to listen. You sit there until you feel deep in your bones that it is time, time to rise, time to walk once more, not away from the city, but deeper into it, into the new day that waits to be stitched from all the fragile, stubborn dreams, the Night has left behind. You rise slowly, your joints stiff, your heart steady. You pass beneath the broken archway, feeling its shadow brush against your shoulders like a blessing, and you walk back toward the city, the basket swinging gently at your side, the empty pages pressing warmly against your ribs. The streets greet you like old friends, their stones still slick with dew, their windows beginning to blink open one by one as the city wakes. You see a boy leading a donkey through the misty morning, singing softly to himself. You see an old woman sweeping her doorstep, pausing to smile at the sparrows dancing in the dust. You see a baker opening the shutters of his shop, the scent of fresh bread spilling into the cool air like a prayer. The day is new, but the dreams of the night are stitched into its seams, invisible but unbreakable. You walk slowly, breathing it all in, letting the city settle into you as surely as you have settled into it. The basket at your side feels lighter now, not because it is empty, but because you have given some of your own weight to the city and it has taken it gently, woven it into the endless, breathing fabric of itself. You are part of it now. You are one more thread, one more flame, one more stubborn, shining hope in the tapestry of Byzantium. And as you move through the soft gold light of the waking city, you know with a certainty deeper than words that you will never leave it. Not really. No matter where your steps take you, the thread will hold. The city will hum within you. The dreams will bloom inside your chest, stubborn and beautiful and endlessly alive. And Byzantium, ancient, broken, enduring, dreaming Byzantium, will carry you too, stitched into its endless, tender, luminous heart. Always, the city stretches itself awake around you, slow and yawning, its rooftops gilded now by the first soft blush of the sun. Mist curls low over the streets, wrapping the stones and doorways in a tender haze, blurring the sharp edges of the world into something dreamlike and forgiving. You walk on, your steps slow and certain, feeling the air change around you, not sharply, not suddenly, but like the slow turning of a page. The market begins to hum again, not yet in the full roar of midday, but in the soft murmurs of early morning. A woman setting out bunches of grapes, glistening with dew. A boy balancing a heavy tray of flatbread against his hip. A merchant unrolling carpets whose colors catch the sun and spill it back in rivers of crimson and gold. The city is stitching itself anew, moment by moment, as it has every morning for 1,000 years. You pass through the market without haste, your basket swinging lightly, the blank pages resting like a quiet promise against your heart. The path carries you toward the old walls, those great, battered arms that once held the city safe against the crashing tides of history. They rise before you, tall and worn, crowned with moss and wild flowers, where once there were torches and guards. You find a narrow stairway carved into the stone, half hidden behind a crooked olive tree, and you climb. The steps are uneven, worn down by centuries of boots and sandals and bare feet, but they hold your weight without complaint. Higher and higher you go, the city unfolding beneath you like a tapestry brushed with gold and mist. When you reach the top of the wall, you pause, breathless, not from exertion, but from wonder. The view stretches endlessly in every direction. The winding streets and clustered rooftops, the distant glint of the sea, the wide open fields beyond the city, where morning gathers itself into slow-moving fog. The air is cool and clean up here, tinged with the sharp scent of stone and salt and wild thyme. You walk along the top of the wall, the basket brushing softly against your side, the city murmuring at your feet. Here and there, small patches of garden cling to the stones, tiny sanctuaries tended by unseen hands, a pot of basil perched on a crumbling battlement, a fig tree twisted stubbornly into a crack, a cluster of poppies swaying in the light breeze. You stop at one such garden, a tangle of herbs and wildflowers, cradled by the broken stones. Someone has built a small bench here, fashioned from scraps of wood and rope and love. You sit. The sun lifts higher, soft and pale and kind, brushing your skin with its first true warmth of the day. And the city breathes beneath you, old and young, broken and beautiful, sleeping and waking, forgetting and remembering all at once. You reach into your satchel and draw out one of the blank pages. The paper is rough beneath your fingers, full of possibility. You do not know what you will write. You do not need to know. You simply open your heart and let it spill onto the page, slow and steady and human. You write of the streets and the gardens and the sea. You write of the boy with the lute and the girl with the lanterns and the old woman sweeping her doorstep. You write of the cistern and the tree of silver and the cloth with the tiny stitched boat. You write of the thread that pulled you through the night and the flame you carry now inside your chest. You write not to preserve, not to explain, but to remember, to honor, to love. The words flow slowly, easily, without judgment or fear. When you finish, you fold the page carefully and tuck it back into your satchel. Its weight a little heavier now, a little sweeter. You sit there a while, longer, breathing the cool, golden air, letting the city settle deeper into your bones. And then, slowly, you rise. The basket feels lighter still, though nothing has been taken from it. The path ahead is open, curving along the top of the old wall, leading you forward into the slow, tender unfolding of the day. You walk on, your heart stitched tighter than ever to the breathing soul of Byzantium. You walk on, carrying the city with you and being carried by it in return. You walk on, small, shining thread in a tapestry too vast to ever see whole, but all the more beautiful for that very mystery, and the city, ancient and stubborn and endlessly alive, hums quietly around you, weaving you deeper into its endless, luminous dream. The path along the wall narrows, the stones worn smooth by 1,000 passing feet. Grass and tiny flowers grow in the cracks, stubborn little flames of green and white and yellow rising up from between the ancient stones, as if the earth itself cannot help but add its touch to the city's endless tapestry. The morning light strengthens around you, but it is not harsh. It is soft, golden, heavy with the memory of dreams. The city spreads out on either side, a great quilt of rooftops and gardens and winding streets, stitched together by invisible hands. You walk slowly, drinking it all in, your heart heavy and light all at once. At a bend in the wall, you come upon a small tower, its roof half collapsed, its stones crumbling and kissed with moss. The door hangs open, and beyond it, a narrow staircase spirals downward into the cool shadow. Without hesitation, you step inside. The air is different here, cooler, still thick with the scent of damp stone and old wood. It wraps around you like a cloak, slowing your breath, quieting your mind. You descend carefully, one hand trailing lightly along the worn wall. The steps end in a small room, circular, with a single window looking out over the sea. The room is empty, save for a stone bench pressed against the wall beneath the window. You cross to it and sit, the stone cold through your clothes, grounding you. Through the window, the sea stretches away into forever, a vast, shimmering plain of silver and blue. You can hear it breathing, a slow, endless exhale that soothes something deep inside you. You sit there a long while, letting the sound and the light and the stillness settle into your bones. And as you sit, you notice something carved into the stone of the windowsill, faint, worn nearly smooth by time and wind and rain. You trace it gently with your fingertips, a name, or perhaps just the memory of a name, half lost to the slow erosion of years. You do not try to read it aloud. You simply honor it with your touch, your breath, your presence. Someone once stood here, long ago. Someone once looked out this same window, at this same sea, with dreams, or grief or longing, folded quietly inside their chest. You feel them beside you now, not as a ghost, not as a story, but as a breath, a heartbeat, a thread woven through the same tapestry you are now a part of. You reach into your satchel and draw out another blank page. You do not write this time. Instead, you fold the page carefully, slowly, as if folding a prayer into the shape of your hands, and you tuck it into the crack beneath the windowsill, leaving it there as an offering, a whisper of connection across the endless sea of years. The page flutters slightly in the breeze, its edges catching the light before settling quietly into place. You sit there a while longer, your heart slow and steady, feeling the city hum around you, and then you rise. You climb the stairway once more, each step carrying you closer to the waking world. Though the dream of the night still clings softly to your skin, when you step back onto the wall, the city welcomes you with open arms. The streets below are busier now, merchants shouting greetings, children darting through the alleys, the distant clang of hammers and bells, stitching new songs into the air. But beneath it all, you still feel the slow, steady breathing of the city's older heart, the one you touched in the dark, the one that touched you in return. You follow the wall a little further until it curves downward, meeting the streets again at a broken gate. You slip through, back into the living maze of the city. The basket at your side feels almost weightless now, though you know it carries more than it ever has. You walk with slow, quiet steps, savoring the way the sunlight paints the stones with golden shadow. You pass a potter setting out fresh-made bowls, their wet clay catching the light. You pass a weaver hanging bright cloth across a doorway, the fabric snapping softly in the breeze. You pass a young boy sitting cross-legged in the dust, his fingers tracing patterns into the earth, lost in his own quiet world. And all around you, the city sings, not loudly, not in a way you could capture with ears alone, but in a way you feel in your blood, your breath, your bones. You are part of it now. You are a thread, a song, a small flame burning steady against the endless winds of time. And as you walk deeper into the heart of the city, the dream of Byzantium walks with you, alive, endless, tender, true. The streets grow narrower again, winding and dipping like riverbeds worn smooth by the patient hands of time. The sunlight spills through the cracks between the houses in broken gold ribbons, dust motes dancing where the light catches, tiny messengers of the day drifting upward into the still morning air. You let yourself be led by the curves of the road, moving without hurry, trusting the thread that tugs softly at your chest. It feels different now, not pulling, but breathing with you, as if the line between the city and your own heart has blurred beyond meaning. You pass a woman kneeling by her doorway, her hands busy weaving rushes into baskets that sway gently in the rising light. She hums a tune older than memory, her voice folding into the stones, stitching itself into the fabric of the street. You pass a butcher lifting heavy sides of lamb onto iron hooks, the steam of his breath rising into the cold morning like a prayer. He whistles, sharp and low, his tune winding itself around the clanging of pots and the slap of cloth against wood. You pass an old man sitting in a cracked wooden chair, carving small figures from olive wood, saints and soldiers, fishermen and mothers, his blade moving with the easy certainty of someone who has shaped stories with his hands for longer than memory can reach. No one calls to you, no one questions your presence. The city has accepted you, wrapped you in its slow, endless breath, trusted you with its small, stubborn miracles. You walk until the streets widen again, opening into a small square paved with mismatched stones. A fountain gurgles at its center, not grand, not even particularly beautiful, but alive, its water catching the light and throwing it back in soft flashes. Around the fountain, the square hums quietly with life. An old woman sells ribbons from a basket, her fingers quick and sure as she ties them into little loops of color. A young man juggles stones for a cluster of children who clap and shriek with delight, their laughter rising like bells. A baker leans against the door frame of his shop, dusted with flour, a warm loaf cradled casually in one hand. The world feels tender here, stitched not with grandeur, but with small acts of love, repeated over centuries, a tapestry woven from laughter and bread and the slow turning of seasons. You sit on the edge of the fountain, the basket resting beside you, your fingers trailing lightly through the cool water. For a while, you simply sit and breathe, letting the pulse of the square settle into your bones, letting the slow river of life carry you deeper into the morning. You reach into your satchel and pull out another blank page. You press it against your knees, smoothing the creases with careful fingers, and you begin to write. Not stories this time, not memories, but promises. You write the promise to remember the small things, the crack in a stone stair, the smell of baking figs, the touch of a stranger's hand steadying you when you stumble. You write the promise to carry the dreams of this place wherever your feet may wander, to be a weaver of hope, a bearer of small flames, a singer of soft songs stitched into the bones of forgotten streets. You write the promise to never turn away from beauty, no matter how small, no matter how broken. You fold the page when you finish, slipping it carefully into a small crack in the fountain stones, where the water will kiss it before carrying its spirit outward into the veins of the city. The sun rises higher, gilding the stones, warming your skin, stirring the soft breath of the morning into a gentle, steady rhythm. You lift the basket once more, feeling its lightness, feeling the tether of it pulling you not downward, but onward into whatever waits beyond the next corner, the next narrow lane, the next soft turn of the day. You walk across the square, past the ribbon seller, the juggler, the baker. You pass through an archway crumbling with vines into a street that smells of roasting coffee and orange blossom and salt. And you walk not as a stranger now, but as a stitch, a thread, a breath woven into the endless, aching beauty of Byzantium. You walk onward, carrying the city with you, in your basket, in your pages, in your beating, open, tender heart, and the city carries you too, cradled in its slow, endless dreaming. Always, the road ahead dips lower now, folding into the oldest part of the city, the part where the stones are darkest, where ivy hangs heavy from leaning walls, and where the ground seems to hum with a music older than any song you know. You follow it without question, letting your steps be as slow and soft as the city's breath. Here, the streets narrow into little more than footpaths, winding between crumbling arches and gardens, so wild they spill out over the stones. The sun is higher now, but the tall, ancient buildings shade these streets, holding on to the coolness of night for a little longer. The light filters down in thin, golden ribbons, catching on spider webs spun bravely across broken gates, on worn prayer beads hanging from door handles, on the damp petals of wildflowers blooming defiantly between the cracks. It feels different here, not abandoned, not forgotten, but secret, as if the city is tucking you into its most private memories. You pass a courtyard where an old man dozes in the shade of an olive tree, his head bowed over a half-mended fishing net. A little girl sits nearby, humming to herself as she braids wild daisies into a crown. The soft plink of a broken fountain, the only music they need. You pass a doorway painted deep blue, its frame etched with symbols so worn they are almost invisible. Prayers, maybe, or blessings, or the names of those who loved and lived here long ago. You pass a crumbling stairway where two cats lounge lazily in the sun, their tails twitching, their eyes half closed, but watchful. Everywhere, the city feels alive, breathing not with noise, but with memory, with tenderness, with the slow, unbreakable pulse of existence. You find yourself at a small square you have never seen before, so tucked away that it feels almost like stepping into another world. At its center stands a tree, taller than the buildings around it, its branches heavy with tiny white flowers. Beneath the tree, someone has arranged stones in a great spiral, winding outward from the trunk in careful, uneven circles. You step closer, feeling the pull of the place, the deep hush that clings to it like mist. The spiral is made of all kinds of stones, smooth river pebbles, jagged shards of marble, bits of broken pottery worn soft by time, each piece different, each piece necessary. You kneel at the edge of the spiral, resting your hand lightly against one of the stones. It is warm from the filtered sunlight, rough beneath your fingertips. You can feel the quiet strength of it, the patient, stubborn love that placed it here, not to be grand, not to be remembered, but simply to honor the act of being. You reach into your basket and draw out the small woven basket given to you so long ago by the old man at the well. You have carried it with you through every step of your journey, letting it hold your memories, your hopes, your unseen prayers. Now you open it carefully, and from within you pull a single pebble. It is small and plain, just a piece of the road, worn smooth by your countless steps. You place it gently at the outer edge of the spiral, adding your own quiet story to the hundreds already gathered here. The stone settles into place as if it has always belonged, and you feel, in the deepest part of you, that it does, that you do. You sit there for a while, watching the light shift through the branches of the tree, feeling the slow breath of the city folding itself around you. No one else comes. No one else needs to. This moment, this place, is stitched into the endless fabric of Byzantium now, just as you are, a soft, stubborn thread woven into a story too vast and beautiful to ever be fully told. When you rise at last, your hands dusty and your heart shining quietly within your chest, you do not look back. You do not need to. The spiral will remain. The city will remember, and you will carry the memory with you, folded tenderly into the spaces between your breaths. You step back onto the winding road, the basket at your side, the empty pages pressing warmly against your ribs, the flame inside you burning low and steady. The city opens ahead of you once more, endless and breathing, stitched with gardens and fountains and doorways painted deep blue, and you walk onward, a dreamer, a weaver, a beloved thread in Byzantium's endless, aching tapestry. The street narrows again, curving gently like a ribbon forgotten by the hand that tied it. The stones beneath your feet grow darker here, damp from the mist that never fully lifts from these lower parts of the city. And yet, there is nothing cold about it, only a deeper kind of stillness, a thicker weaving of the night into the folds of the waking day. You follow the curve of the street without thinking, letting it lead you where it will. The city knows your heart now. You trust it to guide you softly. As you turn another corner, you find yourself before a low, heavy door set deep into a wall thick with ivy and rose vines. The door is old, older than most you have passed, its surface battered and worn, its handle polished smooth by centuries of hands. Above it, barely visible, in the shifting light, an inscription is carved into the stone. You cannot read it, but you feel its meaning settle warmly in your chest all the same. Come in peace. Bring only your heart. You will reach for the handle and push gently. The door swings inward with a low groan, revealing a narrow passage lit by soft pools of light where the ceiling arches above you like the inside of a shell. The air smells of lavender and old wood and something sweeter still. The scent of pages turned slowly by careful fingers, of voices hushed in reverence, of hope held tenderly through many fragile nights. You step inside, and the door closes softly behind you, folding the world away. Ahead, the passage opens into a wide, low room, and in that room, books, books everywhere, stacked in precarious towers that lean like sailors after a long voyage, spread open on tables carved from thick slabs of olive wood, tucked into niches in the walls where ivy peeks through cracks, vines and words sharing the same small spaces. The light here is golden and soft, falling from lamps that sway gently with some unseen breath of air. It kisses the worn leather of bindings, the crinkled edges of parchment, the glint of ink faded but not lost. There is no one here to greet you. There is no need. This is a place not of transactions, but of belonging. You walk slowly among the towers of books, your fingers trailing lightly over their spines. The stories hum beneath your touch, not loudly, not urgently, but with the steady, patient breath of a world too large and too beautiful to ever be contained. You find a table near the center of the room, its surface scattered with open pages. Some are blank, some are filled with careful script, some bear only sketches, the outline of a dove, the curve of a city wall, the trembling shape of a hand reaching toward the sky. You sit at the table and draw out your own satchel, placing it gently before you. From it, you pull the remaining blank pages, the ones you have carried through the winding streets and gardens, through the dreaming nights and sunlit mornings, through the broken arches and fields of mist. You spread them carefully on the table, and you begin, not to write this time, but to place one page for the boy with the lute, his music threading itself into the cracks of broken streets. One page for the girl with the lanterns, her flames blossoming in gardens no one thought could bloom again. One page for the old man weaving baskets from reeds, his hands slow and certain, stitching hope into the thin breath of the night. One page for the sailors who sang to the stars, their voices carrying the memory of every wave that ever kissed the city's shores. One page for the tree in the cistern, silvered and silent, cradling the weight of prayers unspoken but never forgotten. One page for the stone placed in the spiral, the silent promise to remember. You place them all, one by one, each page a thread, each thread a stitch, each stitch a tender act of love folded into the living body of the city. When you finish, you sit back and breathe. The room breathes with you. The city breathes with you. The books, the stones, the sea, the stars, all breathing, all humming, all alive within you. You gather the empty satchel to your chest, feeling its lightness, feeling the fullness it once carried, now woven into the world around you. And you rise. You leave the table just as it was. No note, no mark of your presence, no need. The city will remember. The city always remembers, even when memory slips from hands and voices. You move back through the low, golden lit hallways, the books leaning toward you like old friends saying goodbye. At the door, you pause. You press your hand lightly to the worn wood, feeling the slow, steady heartbeat of the place humming through your skin. And then you step back into the streets. The light has shifted again. Not fully day, not fully night, but that soft, aching space between, when the world holds its breath, when everything is possible. The city stretches before you, endless and waiting, every corner filled with stories you have not yet heard, every stone stitched with dreams you have not yet dreamed. You walk forward, your basket light at your side, your heart stitched into the fabric of Byzantium forever. The streets hum, the walls breathe, the stars blink slowly overhead, and you, beloved thread, beloved dreamer, walk onward, wrapped tenderly in the endless, luminous breathing heart of the city. The streets greet you with a hush, as if they too know the weight of what you carry now, not as a burden, but as a blessing folded deep within your chest. The air is cooler here, brushed by the rising mist from the Bosphorus, the salt tang of the sea softening the edges of the morning. You move without thinking, drawn forward by the slow, steady pull of the city's breath. Each turn, each step feels inevitable, as if your path has already been traced by hands much older, much wiser than your own. You walk past doorways where candles still gutter in the dawn wind, past windowsills lined with small clay pots, each cradling a riot of flowers brave enough to bloom even in the cracks of stone, past walls scrawled not with anger but with fragments of poetry, tiny rebellions of hope scratched into fading plaster. You find yourself before a long, winding alley lined with shuttered stalls, a marketplace, but not yet awake. You step into its silence, your feet brushing through yesterday's dust and fallen petals. Here, there are no crowds, no shouting, only the ghosts of voices lingering like smoke, the memory of barter and laughter, and the slow, patient weaving of lives together through the trading of bread, cloth, salt, and stories. You walk between the stalls, your fingertips brushing across sun-bleached awnings, the rough wood of counters, worn smooth by countless exchanges, and at the heart of the alley, you find a stall still open, just one, a table covered in scraps of cloth, some embroidered with gold, some plain as river stones, some frayed at the edges from loving hands and long journeys. Behind the table sits a woman. She is neither young nor old. She is simply there, solid, patient, as much a part of the city as the stones underfoot or the sky overhead. Her eyes meet yours, and she smiles, a slow, knowing smile that folds itself into the folds of your memory without needing permission, without speaking. She gestures to the table. You step closer. The cloths are not for sale, you realize. They are offerings, pieces of memory, tokens left behind by those who have walked this city's dreaming streets before you. Each one holds a story, not told loudly, not spelled out in grand strokes, but stitched quietly into the fibers. A song, a prayer, a hope carried across oceans of time. You reach out, and your fingers find a small square of linen, soft and worn, embroidered with a simple image, a hand reaching up, a bird swooping low, their fingertips and wings nearly touching. You lift it carefully, cradling it in your palms. The woman nods once, solemn and gentle, as if blessing your choice. You tuck the cloth into your basket, feeling the new weight of it settle warmly against the memories already stitched there. And when you look up again, the woman is gone. No sound of footsteps, no creak of retreating wood, only the soft shifting of the city's breath around you, as if she had been a dream folded neatly back into the walls when her part was done. You walk onward, your steps slower now, your chest aching sweetly with the fullness of it all. The city begins to stir in earnest now, shutters opening, water splashing into basins, the first slow clatter of wheels against stone. You follow the winding alleys back toward the heart of the waking world. The basket at your side is heavy with invisible treasures, not gold, not jewels, but threads, memories, whispers too soft for the ear, but loud enough for the soul. You pass a man setting up a table of figs and almonds, his hands moving with the easy grace of repetition. You pass a woman stringing fresh herbs along a line above her shop, the sharp scent of rosemary and thyme cutting sweetly through the cool air. You pass a boy sweeping the steps of a bathhouse, his broom pushing aside the dust of yesterday to make room for today. The city is alive with beginnings, and you walk among them, stitched into the slow breathing of it all. At a crossroads, you pause. The streets branch in four directions, each one promising new stories, new dreams, new memories waiting to be gathered like rainwater, cupped in open hands. There is no map, there is no wrong way, there is only forward. You choose the path to the left, drawn by the faint scent of the sea on the morning breeze. The road slopes gently downward, the stones damp beneath your soles, the light thick with mist and possibility. The city leans around you, cradling you in its arms, trusting you to carry its memory forward, and you walk on, the basket light at your side, the cloth folded safely inside, the flame within your heart burning low and steady, stitched now forever into the living, breathing soul of Byzantium. The mist thickens as you descend, wrapping itself around your ankles, your wrists, your hair, as if the very breath of the city is curling gently closer, unwilling to let you drift too far from its heart. The stones glisten underfoot, slick with dew, whispering beneath each careful step. You move slowly, reverently, letting the mist swallow the edges of the world. The sea's voice grows louder now, not the roar of storm and fury, but the low, steady murmur of something old and endless, breathing in time with the turning of the earth. You round a bend and find yourself at the threshold of a long, narrow pier stretching out into the misty water. It is made of worn wood and weathered stone, patched and mended over centuries by 1,000 careful hands, and yet it holds, steady and sure, reaching out into the unknown. You step onto it without hesitation. The mist presses closer, cool and damp against your skin, muffling the city behind you until it is little more than a hum at the base of your spine. Ahead, the pier vanishes into the fog. You walk on. The boards creak softly underfoot, each one singing its own small note into the vast silence. Your basket swings gently at your side, the weight of it now a comfort, a reminder of all the threads you carry, stitched close against your heart. As you walk, you begin to notice small things left along the pier, offerings tucked into the cracks between the stones, tied to the railings, balanced carefully along the edge, a strand of beads, polished smooth by countless fingers, scrap of ribbon, its color faded to a soft whisper of blue, a carving of a bird, wings outstretched, its beak lifted toward the sky, each one a prayer, a memory, a dream folded gently into the bones of the pier, carried out to sea and stitched into the endless fabric of the world. You add your steps to theirs, your breath, your presence. You are not alone here. You never have been. The mist parts slightly ahead of you, and you see the end of the pier at last. A small circle of stone, cradled by the arms of the sea. In its center stands a single figure, a woman robed in simple cloth, the color of ashes and dawn, her hair braided with shells and threads of gold. She stands with her back to you, her hands lifted gently, palms facing outward toward the horizon. You approach slowly, each step careful, sacred. When you are close enough to see the fine lines etched around her eyes, the way her fingers tremble slightly in the rising breeze, she turns. Her gaze meets yours, steady, soft, endless, and she smiles. It is not the smile of greeting, it is the smile of recognition, of welcome, of homecoming. Without speaking, she lifts her hand and opens her palm. There, resting in the cradle of her skin, is a small, rough stone, not precious by the world's measures, no gleam of gem or polish of gold, just a simple stone, warm from her touch, humming with the memory of earth and time and all the hands that have carried it before her. She offers it to you. You reach out, your fingers closing gently around it. The stone is warm and light, and as your hand closes, you feel it settle into you, not heavy, not burdensome, but grounding, anchoring you to the long, endless chain of lives that have breathed and wept and hoped in this city before you. You look into her eyes, and she nods once, small, solemn, sure, and then she turns back toward the sea, her hands lifting once more in silent prayer. You stand there for a long moment, the stone pressed against your heart, the mist curling around your feet, the city breathing at your back, the sea breathing before you, and you understand you are not meant to stay here at the edge forever. You are meant to carry this moment, this thread, this memory back into the streets and walls and gardens and stairways. You are meant to weave it into the laughter of children, the crack of bread broken open, the soft songs sung beneath breath as the day folds itself into night once more. You are meant to walk back into the living body of the city, carrying the flame, the stone, the thread stitched now forever into your soul. You turn slowly, the basket swinging lightly at your side, the small rough stone cradled close to your heart. The mist thickens behind you, folding the pier back into itself, into memory, into dream. You walk back toward the city, the sea's slow breathing at your heels, the rising song of morning drawing you home, and Byzantium, ancient and endless, opens before you like a lover's arms ready to catch you, ready to carry you forward into all the days yet to come. The mist peels away in thin, curling fingers as you step back onto the stones of the city. The warmth of the waking sun presses gently against your back, soft as a hand guiding you forward. The city hums beneath your feet, slow and deep, stitched together from the thousand breaths of the living and the thousand dreams of the sleeping. You walk without hurry, your steps easy, your heart steady. The small stone rests safely in your palm, its rough surface warming slowly in your grasp, a quiet reminder of all the hands that have carried hope across the worn bones of Byzantium. The streets are busier now, but the noise is never sharp. It rises and falls like the tide, a rhythm stitched into the fabric of the city, into the breath of the day itself. You pass women bartering gently over baskets of plums and pomegranates. You pass old men playing chess on a broken bench, their faces solemn and bright all at once. You pass a boy leading a goat down the alley, the animal's bell chiming softly with each careful step. Everywhere, life blooms, not in grand shouting gestures, but in small, stubborn acts of tenderness. You cross a bridge arching over a narrow canal, the water below catching shards of sunlight and scattering them across the mossy stones. And there, leaning against the bridge's low wall, you find a small wooden cart. It is filled with ribbons, hundreds of them, bright, frayed, tangled, shimmering. A woman stands beside it, tying the ribbons to long cords that flutter high above the bridge like a forest of colored breath. Each ribbon holds a name, you realize, a hope, a grief, a prayer whispered into cloth and lifted toward the sky. You approach slowly, feeling the pull of the place settle deep into your chest. The woman meets your gaze with a smile so soft it feels like the brush of a wing against your cheek. Without words, she offers you a ribbon. You take it, the fabric cool and light in your hand, trembling slightly in the morning breeze, and she gestures to the cords stretched taut above the bridge, to the open arms of the city beyond. You lift the ribbon, feeling its weightless hope trembling between your fingers, and you tie it gently to the cord, weaving it among the thousands already dancing there. For a moment, you stand still, your hand resting lightly against the fluttering sea of color, feeling the slow, steady heartbeat of 1,000 dreams breathing together. The woman nods once, not in approval, not in farewell, but simply in understanding, and you move on, lighter somehow, as if the act of tying that single, trembling thread to the sky has stitched something new into your own chest. The streets twist and fold around you, their stones warm now beneath the rising sun. You pass a small bakery where the smell of honey and yeast drifts thick and golden into the street. You pass a square where a man carves tiny boats from driftwood, his fingers moving with the grace of long practice. You pass a doorway where a woman sings softly as she sweeps, her voice rising in slow, curling notes that float like ribbons up into the brightening sky. And all the while, the city breathes with you. You reach into your basket and find the cloth given to you in the marketplace, the one stitched with the image of a hand reaching for a bird. You hold it against your chest for a moment, feeling the thread of it weaving itself tighter into the thread of you. And then, without thinking, you find a place to leave it, a crack in a wall where ivy curls thick and green. You fold the cloth carefully, and tuck it into the space between stone and vine, leaving it cradled there. A secret gift to the city, a piece of your journey offered back with open hands. The wall hums faintly under your fingertips as you step away. You walk deeper into the day, your heart light, your steps slow and sure. The city stretches wide before you, a living, breathing body stitched with songs and prayers, and the soft, stubborn hope of 1,000 lives. You walk not as a visitor, now you walk as a thread, a note in the endless song, a breath in the great, dreaming body of Byzantium. And as the sun climbs higher, the mist lifts at last, leaving the city gleaming in its full, tender beauty. You walk forward into it, the flame inside you steady and soft, the basket swinging lightly at your side, the small stone warm in your palm, the ribbon dancing high above the bridge, like a promise whispered into the wide, open sky. You walk forward, beloved, carried, remembered, into the endless, breathing dream of Byzantium. The city leans open before you now, bathed in full light, the golden bones of Byzantium stretched wide beneath the gentle sun. The stones are warm underfoot, their roughness familiar, like the lines of a well-loved palm. You walk slowly, cradling the moment like a small bird between your hands. Around you, the day hums quietly, not in a rush, not in a clamor, but with the soft, steady rhythm of a place too old to hurry. The baker's shutters swing open wider, releasing a new rush of warm air and cinnamon. Children tumble into the streets, their bare feet slapping against the stones, their laughter spiraling upward like smoke. Old men gather at worn tables outside tea houses, their hands moving in slow, deliberate gestures over games of backgammon, their conversations thick with the patience of decades. You pass through it all, not hurried, not lost, simply moving, breathing, belonging. Ahead, a broad avenue opens up, lined with the broken remnants of statues, torsos worn faceless by the kiss of rain, hands reaching upward, still seeking, still pleading, even as time smooths their fingers into stubs. You walk between them, the wide street stretching like a river of light, and for a moment you feel it all rise around you, the weight of the centuries, the press of dreams stacked one atop another like stones in an endless wall. You are a thread stitched among 1,000 others, and still the tapestry grows. You reach into your basket and find the small stone given to you at the pier. You hold it lightly, feeling the steady warmth of it seep into your palm, and you understand that it is not just a stone, it is a memory, it is a promise, it is a piece of the world's oldest prayer. Continue. You pass a doorway where an old woman sits spinning wool. her wheel creaking softly with the rhythm of her slow, patient labor. You pass a boy perched on a broken wall, sketching the city with a piece of charcoal on a scrap of cloth, his eyes wide and bright and full of unspoken songs. You pass a cat lounging atop a stack of bricks, her tail twitching idly, her body soaking in the sun with a slow, perfect trust that only creatures of the city possess. The sea glimmers in the distance now, a wide, beckoning hand stitched with silver threads. You follow the road downward again, letting the scent of salt and wet stone guide you. The buildings grow smaller, humbler, their walls bowed outward like old men leaning heavily on canes. Their shutters hang askew, their stones are cracked, but they breathe still, soft, steady, full of life. You come to a square tucked low against the water's edge, where fishermen mend their nets in the pools of sunlight that fall between the leaning houses. Their voices are low and musical, winding through the air like smoke. One of them looks up as you pass and lifts a hand in greeting, not loudly, not urgently, just a simple, steady acknowledgement. I see you. You are here. You lift your hand in return, and the gesture folds itself quietly into the long breath of the morning. At the far edge of the square, a narrow stairway leads down to the very lip of the sea. You follow it. The steps slick with spray and moss. The stones cool beneath your touch. At the bottom, a small jetty juts out into the water, a slip of wood and rope and time. You walk out to the end of it, where the city's breath meets the sea's. You sit, your feet dangling just above the gentle slap of waves against the wood, and you breathe. You sit there for a long time, the city at your back, the sea before you, the sky stretched wide and soft above. You sit and let the weight of the day settle around you, not heavy, but full, full of all you have gathered, all you have carried, all you have become. You take the small stone from your pocket and turn it over slowly in your hand. Its surface is warm, worn smooth by the sea and by 100 hands before yours. You lift it to your lips, pressing a soft kiss against its rough skin, a blessing, a goodbye, a promise, and then, with a slow, sure motion, you toss it into the waiting arms of the sea. The stone arcs through the bright air, catching the sun for a single, blinding heartbeat before falling with a soft splash into the endless, breathing water. The ripples spread outward, touching the jetty, the shore, the city, and you feel them touch you too, deep and soft, stitching themselves into your bones. You close your eyes for a moment, feeling the last of the mist lift from your heart, and when you open them, the city is waiting for you, endless, breathing tender. You rise slowly, the basket swinging empty and light at your side. but your heart is full beyond measure. You walk back toward the city, barefoot and sure, each step a stitch woven deeper into the great, aching, luminous dream that is Byzantium. And behind you, the sea hums quietly, cradling your memory, carrying your promise, weaving your thread into its endless, endless song. The city gathers around you as you walk, wrapping you in the golden hush of a morning almost fully born. The mist is gone now, burned away by the tender hand of the sun, leaving the streets clear and shining, stitched with long, soft shadows. You move through them as if through a dream you no longer need to wake from. The stones beneath your feet are warm. The air is sweet with the mingling scents of bread and salt and crushed herbs underfoot. Everywhere, life hums, not in shouts, not in clamor, but in the low, steady music of a city that knows how to endure, how to breathe, how to carry its dreams forward, one small moment at a time. You pass a doorway where a woman strings beads onto long frayed cords, her fingers quick and sure. Each bead is different: bone, wood, glass, clay, but she weaves them together as if they were always meant to share the same thread. You pass a courtyard where a boy and a girl sit cross-legged in the dust, tracing great, spiraling patterns with sticks, their faces lit with the fierce seriousness only children possess when shaping their own small worlds. You pass a crumbling wall where someone has painted a tree, a great, wild thing, its roots curling deep into the earth, its branches reaching wildly into the sky. The tree is imperfect, rough-edged, the colors faded, but it stands, it endures. You pause before it, your hand brushing lightly across the peeling paint, and you feel it, the stubborn, shining spirit stitched into the city's bones, the quiet refusal to forget, the tender insistence on growing anyway. You walk on, feeling the rhythm of the city fold itself deeper into your breath, your blood, the slow turning of your thoughts. The streets rise before you, climbing back toward the heart of Byzantium, not the heart marked by palaces and spires, but the softer heart, the living one, beating slow and steady beneath the stones. You follow them upward, your steps patient, your basket swinging lightly at your side. At the crest of a long hill, you find a garden, not a grand one, a simple space, a patch of earth held tenderly between three leaning houses, where fig trees tangle with grapevines and rosemary spills over low stone walls. There is a bench set beneath one of the fig trees, worn and lopsided, carved with the names of 100 passing hands. You sit there, the basket resting beside you, your hands loose in your lap, your heart wide open. The garden breathes around you. Bees hum low over the wild thyme. A cat stretches luxuriously in a patch of sunlight. A woman leans from an open window to shake out a cloth, sending a small flurry of dust and light cascading through the air. It is quiet here, but not empty. It is full, full of the slow, stubborn bloom of life, of memory, of dreams planted in thin, cracked soil and coaxed into brilliance by the sheer force of tenderness. You sit there for a long time, letting the stillness soak into your skin, your bones, your breath. You close your eyes and feel it, the soft weave of the city folding itself around you, cradling you in its endless, luminous arms. You're no longer just a visitor. You're a stitch, a thread, a soft, steady flame. You have been woven into the dreaming body of Byzantium, and it has been woven into you. When you open your eyes again, the sunlight has shifted, turning the leaves of the fig tree into a canopy of gold and green. You rise slowly, the basket swinging gently once more at your side. The streets call to you still, not with urgency, but with quiet certainty, with the promise that there are still corners to be touched, songs to be gathered, breaths to be shared. You step back onto the stones, your feet light, your heart steady. You walk deeper into the waking city, carrying the memory of the garden, the painted tree, the singing beads, the dust spiraling in the light. You walk onward, a thread stitched tighter now into the endless, breathing, beautiful tapestry of Byzantium, and above you, the sky arches wide and soft, humming its old, endless song. The streets wind downward once again, as if the city itself is exhaling, loosening its arms around you just enough to let you move deeper into its quiet, glowing heart. The stones beneath your feet are warm now, holding the breath of the morning sun, radiating a soft, steady heat that rises through your souls and settles deep in your bones. You follow the bend of the road past small houses with shutters thrown open wide, their windowsills cluttered with pots of mint and thyme, with chipped bowls filled with bright lemons, with scraps of lace drying in the slow, golden air. The world feels soft here, like fabric worn smooth by loving hands. You pass a boy perched on a wooden crate, tuning a battered lyre with slow, careful fingers. The strings hum and creak under his touch, singing broken snatches of old songs, old prayers stitched into the breath of the stones. You pass a woman bent over her sewing, her needle flashing like a sliver of captured sun. A baby sleeps at her feet, curled in the shade of a fig tree, his tiny hands twitching in dreams too deep for words. You pass an old man sitting cross-legged in the dust, weaving rope from strips of faded cloth, red, blue, white, green, the colors fraying and blending into something new. Everywhere, life twines itself around the stones like vines, messy, stubborn, endlessly beautiful. You move through it slowly, letting each breath, each heartbeat, each drifting scrap of music settle deeper into the weave of you. The road narrows once more and leads you to a small, low archway tucked into the corner of a sun-bleached courtyard. Above it, a carving worn nearly smooth by time, a circle, simple and endless, cradling a star. You pass beneath it without hesitation. The world shifts slightly, not in a way you can name, only in the soft prickling of your skin, the way the light seems to fold more gently around you, the way the very air hums against your ribs. Beyond the archway, the path opens into a quiet place, a cloister. Columns curve upward around a courtyard, their surfaces chipped and worn, their capitals tangled with vines. The ground is paved with cracked stones, their surfaces mottled with moss and light. At the center of the courtyard stands a fountain, dry now, its basin cradling nothing but a slow drift of leaves and petals. You cross to it and sit on the fountain's edge, your basket resting lightly at your feet. For a long moment, there is no sound but the whisper of the vines stirring in the breeze, the slow creak of old wood shifting in the heat, the soft, steady beat of your own breathing. You reach into your satchel and find the last of the blank pages. It feels different in your hands now, heavier, fuller, stitched with all the places you have walked, all the breaths you have gathered, all the silent promises you have folded carefully into the bones of the city. You open it across your lap and lift your hand to write, but the page remains empty. You realize then that there are some things too large, too soft, too beautiful to be pressed into words. Some stories are not meant to be told. Some stories are meant to be carried. You fold the page carefully, slowly, and tuck it into a crack in the fountain stone, leaving it there like a seed tucked into the waiting earth. It does not matter if it is found. It does not matter if it is lost. It has been given, and that is enough. You sit there a while longer, your hands loose in your lap, your heart wide open to the breathing world. The cloister hums quietly around you, not empty, not silent, but full of the slow, patient weight of memory. You rise at last, the basket swinging gently once more at your side, your steps light, your breath slow and deep. You pass once more beneath the archway, the circle and star above you, catching the light, blinking slowly in farewell. The city gathers itself around you as you step back onto the stones, the smell of thyme and baking bread and sun-warmed stone folding itself into the breath of the day. You walk on deeper into the living, breathing heart of Byzantium, and behind you the fountain hums quietly, cradling your last soft offering in its ancient, patient arms. The stones feel lighter beneath your feet now, as if the very earth is buoying you onward, carrying you deeper into the slow, endless heart of the city. The light thickens around you, not harsh, not heavy, but rich, golden, soaked through with the breath of 1,000 mornings folded into the walls, the steps, the twisting roots of ivy clawing lovingly at the stones. You walk without map or memory. You walk with trust. The city hums under your soles, singing low and steady, the kind of song you do not need to understand in order to follow. You pass through a narrow alley where laundry flaps lazily overhead. Bright flags of ordinary life strung from shutter to shutter, snapping softly in the breeze. You pass a corner where 3 boys crouch around a game scratched into the dust, their laughter rising in sudden, bright flares before folding back into the hush of the day. You pass an old man sitting beneath an awning, a bowl of lentils cradled in his hands, his fingers moving slowly, rhythmically, sorting good from bad, keeping time with a song only he can hear. You move through it all quietly, your basket swinging lightly, your hands loose at your sides, and you begin to notice something, not in the grand gestures, not in the towering monuments, but in the smallest, softest spaces, the way someone has left a clay cup beside a well, the way a sprig of rosemary is tucked behind a worn doorway, the way a scrap of ribbon is tied around the neck of a broken statue, each small act a thread, each thread a stitch, each stitch holding the vast, tender weight of the city together. You walk deeper still, the air growing thicker with the scent of herbs and warm earth. The streets tilt downward again, folding into a quarter where the houses crowd close, leaning into each other for support. You move through the hush of it, past windows thrown open to the sun, past pots of basil and marjoram spilling their green breath into the heavy air. At the end of a long, curving street, you find yourself before a wall. At first glance, it seems like any other, cracked, stained, breathing the slow life of centuries. But as you approach, you see it is covered with marks, not paint, not words, scratches, scores, tiny carvings, each one no bigger than a child's palm. You step closer, a handprint pressed into the stone, the fingers spread wide, a spiral curling into itself, a star stitched with shaky lines, a bird with crooked wings, a name, or the ghost of a name, carved so faintly that it barely catches the light. 1,000 marks, 1,000 stories, 1,000 moments folded into the skin of the city. You lift your hand and press your palm against the stone. The warmth of it sinks into your skin. The city breathes into you, and you breathe into it. You do not leave a mark. You do not need to. You are already written there, stitched into the living wall, stitched into the long, slow dream of Byzantium. You stand there a while longer, feeling the slow pulse of memory rise through the stones, through your hand, through your ribs, and then you turn away, your basket swinging lightly at your side, your heart steady, your breath easy. The streets open before you once more, soft, golden, endless. You walk on, deeper into the waking day, deeper into the breathing dream, deeper into the tender, luminous body of Byzantium. And the city walks with you, humming low and sure, cradling you in the endless, aching beauty of its memory. Always, the sunlight softens as you move deeper into the folds of the city, the harsh brilliance of noon tempered into a warm, golden haze that lingers in the crevices of stones and dances lazily along the crooked lines of rooftops. The streets breathe with it, slow, patient, unhurried. You walk lightly, your basket swinging empty, but your heart fuller than it has ever been. Each step feels like part of a larger rhythm now, a slow, steady weaving of breath and stone and memory. You pass a fountain where pigeons dip their heads, scattering drops of water that catch the light like tiny pieces of glass. You pass a merchant asleep in the shade of his cart, the soft murmur of his dreaming breath stitching itself into the hum of the day. You pass a woman sitting cross-legged on a woven mat, her hands busy untangling bright threads into neat skeins of color. Everything is slower now, stretched and softened by the heat. The city is not asleep. It is merely resting, breathing, folding itself inward for a little while, like a great heart between beats. You follow the slow curve of the road, upward again, into a quieter place. The walls here are older, their stones dark, with the weight of rain and salt and time. Wild grasses grow between the cracks, nodding lazily in the heavy air. At the top of the hill, the road ends before a low, crumbling gate. Beyond it, a garden sprawls, not neat, not tamed, but wild and soft and full of life. You step through the gate. The path twists between tall grasses and fig trees, heavy with green fruit, the air thick with the hum of bees and the slow, steady rustle of leaves. You walk slowly, your hands brushing lightly against the plants, feeling their roughness, their sweetness, their stubborn, breathing life. At the center of the garden stands an old, broken tower, its stones leaning drunkenly against the pull of the sky. Vines have claimed it, wrapping around it in thick, soft ropes, pulling it gently back toward the earth. You approach it slowly, your footsteps muffled by the carpet of moss and fallen leaves. The door stands open, sagging on its hinges. The shadows inside cool and deep. You step through. Inside, the tower is hollow. Only the outer shell of a stone remains, cradling a quiet, empty space. But it is not truly empty. In the center of the floor lies a pool of water, shallow, still, cradled in a basin of broken marble. The water catches the light that filters down through the gaps in the roof, scattering it across the walls in trembling ribbons. You kneel by the edge of the pool, the coolness of the stones seeping into your knees. You lean over and see your reflection, blurred, shimmering, stitched with the shifting sky. But when you look closer, you see more. You see the boy with the lute, his fingers dancing over worn strings. You see the girl with the lanterns, her flames blossoming in the dark. You see the sailors singing to the stars, the woman spinning ribbons, the weaver of baskets, the painter of trees. You see the old man sorting lentils, the baker scattering flour into the air like snow, the children tracing spirals in the dust. You see them all stitched into the same shimmering tapestry, and you see yourself, not separate, not apart, but woven through it all, a single, soft, shining thread among 1,000 others. You reach out and touch the surface of the water with your fingertips. It shivers beneath your touch, sending ripples outward, folding your reflection into the light, into the stone, into the breathing heart of the city. You sit there for a long time, your hand resting lightly on the edge of the pool, feeling the slow, steady pulse of the world moving through you. The basket lies empty beside you, but you feel no lack. You have gathered all you were meant to gather, and you have given all you were meant to give. You rise slowly, the air cool against your skin, the light shifting and folding around you. You step back out into the garden, the grasses brushing against your legs, the trees heavy with ripening fruit. The path calls to you once more, winding downward, winding inward, winding home. You follow it, your steps slow and sure, your heart humming low and steady with the endless, tender song of Byzantium. And all around you, the city breathes, soft, patient, alive. The path unwinds gently beneath your feet, curling downward through the wild garden and back into the soft, breathing body of the city. The sun leans lower now, pouring its light in long, slow rivers across the stones, gilding the edges of broken walls and fluttering laundry, and the bowed heads of fig trees heavy with fruit. You walk slowly, savoring the way the light slips around you, draping your shoulders in gold. The city moves around you too, but not quickly. It stretches, it sighs, it breathes, each corner unfolding with the lazy grace of a cat stirring from sleep. You pass doorways where evening fires have been lit, their smoke curling up into the glowing sky in thin silver ribbons. You pass windows where the day's bread cools on wooden boards, the air sweet and thick with the smell of yeast and honey. You pass streets where old men sip tea in chipped cups, their conversation lilting and low, stitched through with laughter and long, easy silences everywhere. The city leans into the slow tenderness of evening. You follow the path downward toward the heart of it all. The buildings grow closer, more crowded, their walls leaning inward, as if sharing quiet secrets before the night fully falls. You pass under a low archway where someone has tied small bells, each breeze sending them into soft, uncertain song. You pass a courtyard where children draw constellations in the dust with sticks, their knees stained, their voices high and bright. You pass a garden blooming wild against the stones, the scent of basil and rose weaving itself into the thick, golden air, and then, without realizing it, you find yourself back where you began, at the old steps that overlook the city, the stones worn smooth by the slow turning of 1,000 years. The sea spread out in shimmering arms beyond the rooftops. You climb them slowly, each step folding you deeper into the soft, endless breath of the city. At the top, you sit. The basket rests at your side, empty now, but humming with invisible weight. A weight made not of things gathered, but of stories carried, of memories stitched into the soft fabric of your being. The sun kisses the rim of the sea, setting the water alight in 1,000 trembling colors. The city glows under it, rooftops catching fire, windows blinking gold, the stones breathing out all the heat they have held through the long day. You sit quietly, cradled by it all, and you realize you are no longer just a traveler. You are no longer just a guest. You are part of the city now, a stitch in its endless, breathing tapestry, a thread woven into its soft, stubborn heart, a flame folded into its wide, aching dream. The sea murmurs below. The bells sing softly in the shifting air. The streets hum low and sweet, filled with the slow, patient breath of a place that has always known how to endure. You close your eyes and breathe in the city one last time, the scent of salt and bread and warm stone and old dreams. You let it settle into your ribs, into the soft hollow beneath your heart. And you know that even when you walk away, even when your steps carry you to other cities, other dreams, this place will live inside you. It will hum beneath your breath. It will glow behind your eyes. It will stitch itself into every quiet moment, every slow sunrise, every small kindness offered with open, tired hands. You sit there until the last thread of light sinks into the sea, until the stars blink open one by one in the soft, darkening sky. You sit there until the city folds itself fully into the arms of night, cradled in dreams older and softer than memory. And then finally, you rise. You lift the empty basket. You step down the worn steps, back into the waiting arms of Byzantium. You walk onward, not away, not apart, but woven deep into the endless, breathing dream of the city, always, forever, home.